Good morning and welcome to the Speyside Recreation Ground. It's day 4 of the Chief Secretary's Bago T-10 blast. We're looking forward to the first of today's matches, and that matchup is the Buka Reef Divers going up against the Little Tobago Islanders. It was Jesse Bhutan who called, but incorrectly. So the toss was won by the Little Tobago Islanders, and they decided to have a bat. T-10 Webster called correctly. Sorry, I just told you that it was Jesse Bhutan who called incorrectly. The winning captain, as far as the toss was concerned, was T-10 Webster of the Islanders, and they're going to need to win a little bit more than the toss, I'll tell you that, because having lost twice already, they can't afford another loss. Okay, we're ready for the first over to be bowled from the Windward Road end by John Ross Jagassar. I think that looks like, doesn't he? Around the wicket, right arm, defensive push back to the bowler, and there's no run. It's Castro down at the far end, and T-10 Webster leaning on his bat at the non-strikers end, and that's another dot ball to start off. Quality spin to start the morning off. There's the third ball, and this time it's a back foot punch down the ground through the extra cover area for 4. That really was an attractive looking shot. Just gave Webster the chance to take a step back and punch that powerfully back past the extra cover fielder for 4. 4 without loss. Ooh, swung. An attempted sweep there. Why is it got his name there? Okay. Sorry. They took 2 there, and it was T-10 Castro actually who took the first runs, and there's another drive out into the deep. He's going to chase that down, and they'll come back for 2. So another 2 for T-10 Castro. Yes, a big number 12 on the back of T-10 Webster. This time it's attempted pull out towards our direction. Didn't connect with that, and at the end of the over, 8 without loss. The Little Tobago Islanders. Yeah, there's not really anything to gauge from the first over. 8. You might want to only have 6 as opposed to 8, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. I think that's Vama Ramkisoon marking out his run-up from the river end. He's going to bowl the second over. He has a couple of practice balls. It's Vama Ramkisoon to bowl the next over. Oh, is it? And I thought that's what I heard them say. All right, he's facing us actually. He's got his big number 10 there. It's Sidel Diaz who runs in and bowls now. That one keeps a little bit low outside the off stump. Diaz bowls now, and that's hit back down the ground to the man at long on. They come through for 1 run. Score moves on to 9. That's a huge strike. Straight that down the ground. It goes over the head of the man in the deep. And that's a 6. And our scorer was calling for 6s. You got the first one. Dion Webster it was who got hold of that one. Really got hold of that well. Gave it a little bit of width. Castro goes on to 14 off 7 balls as Diaz runs into bowl again. He takes a couple of steps down the track to pull that into the onside. He managed to come through for a single that brings Webster on strike. 16 without loss. 2 balls left in the over as Diaz bowls, and this time he doesn't quite get there. Lofts that up into the air. The 2 men converging on it. Neither of them gave a convincing enough call, and it ended up popping out the hands of one of the fielders. Webster not getting hold of that at all. It's at this point that you really have to know who's going. That far too close there. Better to have backed out one of them. You really have to make it your own. Bottom edge to the keeper. No run. End of the over. 18 without loss. Tion Webster is on 3. He's faced 4 balls. Dijon Castro's 15. Having faced 8. We've managed to put up an electronic scoreboard up in the stands. That will help people who are sitting up there, although there's a perfectly adequate manual one a little bit further down the ground. I quite like that myself. Shame that they can't get that. going to be for the batsman to follow. Right, I think I said that the last over from the river end was going to be bowled by Diaz, but this time it is Varma Ramkissoon.
Right. So what I do?
He's had his little warm-up. There is Ramkissoon's tail of the tape, if you like. 10 and over from the information that we've got from his overs. Going to try and get below that. Here comes Ramkissoon now. He bowls down the track. Got right underneath that. A beautiful strike. That really is. Lovely looking. Lofted off drive. Went way over the team tent down just to the right of the sight screen. Truck was in danger of being hit there. Full toss, it will be no ball, and that's going to go for 6 as well. Mr. Ross is looking over at the square leg umpire to see whether or not they're going to call that as a no ball. It really looked, to all intents and purposes, as though that should have been called a no ball.
Yeah, which mic? No, the mic off. I don't.
Well, yeah, it hasn't been called. 12 off the 2 balls. Ramkissoon getting away with that one. He steps across and then changes the shot, just punches it into the offside for a single. 13 off the over so far, 44 without loss. T-10 Castro looking really dangerous here. 38 off 15 deliveries. Down the track, there's a man out in the deep. Couple of bounces. It's bobbled in the deep, and they come back for a second run. You really wanted to not be waiting for that ball to come to you, closing in on it, taking it on one bounce and getting it in before they came back for a second run. That didn't happen. He waited for the ball to come to him. It then deviated, so he had to move to his right, bobbled it, and during that time they came through for a second run. 46 without loss. Ramkissoon is going for a few runs in this over. He manages to get a no, they don't. Even Ramkissoon has a misfield, and they come through for 1. 47 without loss now. T-10 Castro comes back on strike. He's on 38 of his 15 balls. Tion Webster is 9 off 8. Keeping things nice and quiet at the moment whilst Castro does the damage. Another swing. He doesn't get hold of that. It goes to the man at mid-on, and they take 1 run. End of the over. 48 without loss. 39 for T-10 Castro. and T-10 Webster is on 9. That was a good over for the Islanders. So much really resting on this match. It's not quite must-win stakes, but it's pretty much there. It really would be most helpful for them if they could have a win. Keelan Lynch is the man who's coming in now. He's going to be bowling from the Windward Road end, 48 without loss. It'll be T-10 Webster on strike. Keelan Lynch runs in now. He bowls a little bit of spin. There's some turn away from the batsman there. He manages to punch that to deep extra cover. Well, extra cover really. By the time it was fielded, he had to run in off the deep extra cover boundary, and he managed to keep it to 1. And that's the same fielder from the last delivery where he allowed it to come to him. This time he ran in. And he's going to be given that hit the pads in front, kept a little bit low. In fact, every time that the ball has kind of scooted has been at that end, and that's another man who falls for one that keeps a little bit low. There's the suspicion, I haven't seen the replay yet, we're going to see it now, that kept a little bit low. Yeah, he may have thought that it was going to bounce a bit more, but for sure when he comes out he'll be saying that kept low. T-10 Webster accompanied T-10 Castro in what was a good partnership, so he can't feel that bad. His job was done. It's a good start. 49. Christian Turton it is who comes to the crease now. He's going to face his first ball from Keelan Lynch, who took a wicket with the second ball of the over. Turton is ready to face the next delivery, and it's Lynch with 1 wicket already, looking for another. He bowls now, and that's tucked into the on the side. They're going to come through for 1. There's a fielder at backward square. 50 for 1. Another single taken. He just jogged through for that one. .51 for 1. This is a great over so far from Lynch. Yes, a little bit of turn away from the right-hander. There's a man at short third man, and they pick up another single. Great comeback here from the Bucca Reef Divers bowling unit. We've only gone for 4 off the over so far. It's another little bit of turn. Claimed as a catch, but it was just a keeper catch. End of the over, 52 for 1. Castro is on 41 Turton has faced 2 balls and he's picked up 2.
Only 19 balls, 3 fours and 3 sixes so far for him. Joined by T-10. Halfway stage in game number 7, Matchday 4.
Well, the projected score is giving us 114. I think the Islanders would like that. But to be honest, if they have a meeting in the middle now, and you were told it's 114, you've only got there's only 1 wicket down, you've got 52 on the board, halfway there. You might want to just push that a little bit further and go 120, 125. You can get as many as 130. You would really make things difficult for the divers. Diaz it is, who's going to bowl his 2nd over. He went for 10 off the first. There's just 1 man in the deep. I think it's Jesse Bhutan. So they can only have 1 fielder outside. Actually, you can have 2. Because there was 1 in the deep square leg. Deep extra cover. Sorry, deep mid-wicket. Because of where we are. Right. I would have had him at mid-wicket and put 2 out in the deep. Oh! So we should get the call of no ball, which we have. And 4. He did connect with that. Yes. Yeah. Here's the replay. That one got away from Diaz, so he manages to hook that. Kind of looked as though it came off almost the shoulder of the bat. Didn't quite get the connection he was looking for anyway. It was a 4. It was a no ball, free hit. It's a nice big swing, but there is a man out in the deep. Bhutan manages to pick it up nice and clean, gets it in quickly, and it's because he's closing in on the ball, running in to take it. That just freezes the batsman. If you stand there allowing the ball to come to you and then you end up bobbling it, you're going to give away a 2nd run. That was a nice piece of fielding in the deep. They managed to take 1. Nothing wrong with that. He picked short. A dot ball, a rare dot ball. Diaz just pitching it a little bit short. Turton looked to pull that, but missed it. He drives that and comes across from mid-off to mid-on to cover that, but they managed to come through and take a single. 1 more ball left in the over, 60 for 1. Okay, there are 2 left. Castro waits for Diaz. There's a nice swing, and that could have been a problem. There was almost a deflection onto the stumps, which would have seen but it hit the umpire instead. Mr. Ross is, ouch! That really looked as though it got him on the knee almost. Yeah. He's in the firing line there. There's Diaz. He just moves across his stumps to dig that one out. They come back for a 2nd. It was a long way to run all the way around to the deep mid-wicket area. 63 for 1.
Castro 47.
Deliveries that he's faced. 63 for 1. Keelan Lynch, who bowled so well in that first over, is set to bowl his second. How many did he go for in the last over? Was it 4 or 5? I think 4. It really was a good over. Anything that approaches that will be a real bonus. Oh, big swing down the ground. Couple of bounces to the man in the deep. They managed to take 1 run. .64 for 1. Christian Turton comes on strike now. Faces Lynch bowls. It's a big pull shot. It's going to clear Diaz and go for 6 in the deep mid-wicket area. It's not far from our commentary position actually. It was heading in this direction. Just lands to the right of where we're sitting. It was a nice hit. 70 for 1. Oh, Lynch almost got the return catch there. It was hit very hard, straight back at him. Got his hands to it and it bounced off the palm of the hand. Yeah, and he kind of snatched at it as well. Got to let that come to you a little bit. It's easy to say sitting here, but you put that one down. That's pulled again. And this time it was caught, but it was caught in the tent. What a lovely strike that was. 54. From T-10 Castro. That's 6, taking him from 48 to 54. That was the hit. A really powerful pull right into the dugout where the Islanders are sitting. Lynch bowls. He played at that. He's just getting a little bit of turn away from the right hander. You'll see that when it pitches. There's the celebrations. Lynch with 1 delivery to come. That's outside the off stump. An attempted sweep shot from Castro, and at the end of the over, 77 for 1. That's the second 50 of the tournament so far. Cephas Cooper had the first. Castro follows that now. This is a really good position for the Islanders to be in. I think they were really up against it this morning. They couldn't have afforded another loss. I'm not saying that they're going to walk this one, but 77 for 1 with 3 overs to go. 110 is the projected score. So you would hope from this position that they could just push on a little bit and get that up, instead of 110, maybe up to 120. Wickets in hand, set batsman in Castro, and Christian Turton has already faced 8. He's on 13. I think he's hit 1 maximum so far. There's a nice swing down the ground. Yep, 1 bounce beats the man in the deep, and that goes for a nice straight hit. Really is looking good here. Turton getting all of that. That is 65 metres down at that end and 70 down at the Windward Road end. So some big hitting here. 81 for 1. Well, this is going to be a challenge for the Booker Reef Divers.
looking to get a move on here, the Islanders.
John Russ Jagasaw changed ends. He bowled his first over from the windward road end, and now they've got him bowling from the river end. He's going to have to try and pull this back a little bit, because Christian Turton is going to be looking to free his arms up. 17 off 9 deliveries as he waits for the next delivery from Jagasaw, who bowls it now. That's hit down the ground. This time the man manages to pick it up and get the throw in quickly. 82 for 1. The score moves on to now. Castro comes on strike 54 at the moment. Right arm round. Nice big swing again down the ground. One bounce to the fielder in the deep. 83 for 1. Castro moves on to 55. A really nice looking innings from the top order man. As Jagasaw bowls, he swept out into the deep. Gonna have to get down and pick that one up, which he does. Lynch it is who fires it in back to Jagasaw, but they managed to come through for 2 runs. 85 for 1. Turton is on 20 of his 11 deliveries. Really nice innings building here. Big swing down the ground. No one's going to stop that. It went in between both the men. It wouldn't have mattered who ran for it. They weren't going to get there. One bounce, 4. Down to wide, long on. Turton's looking really good here. 89 for 1 now. Turton moves on to 24 off 12. Projected score just nudging up slightly to 114 now as Jagasaw bowls against. Worked off the pads into the deep square leg area. They come through for another run. 90 for 1 at the end of 8 overs. Castro is on 55, Turton is on 25, and things looking good for the Islanders at the moment. Still just the 1 wicket down, so can really go for it here. 2 overs, 12 balls. It's got to be every single ball you can attempt to make them disappear. Yes, I think they look well set here. A few fans have managed to come in to get the action from the first of today's 2 games. The second game will be the Rainforest Rangers against the Fort King George Gunners. That's a rematch of the abandoned first match on day 1. There'll be a chance to rerun that one if you like. Jesse Boutin has given his cap to the umpires. He's marking his run up. Yes, the penultimate over to be bowled by the skipper. He has a look around at the field now. He's got men out in the deep for the big hits down the ground. Can't cover everything. Both of them are quite wide. I'm not sure if they might be better off slightly straighter. Depends where you're going to bowl, doesn't it? Outside the off stump, the further outside the off stump, then the wider you can push that man in long off. Anyway, he bowls now. It's a nice big swing. 1 bounce to the man at deep cover. They come through for a single. Turton goes on to 26 now, and it's the dangerous, well set T-10 Castro on 55. Bhutan now right arm around the wicket, and that's the straight position that I was talking about. Slapped back down the ground. And I just feel that, yeah, he tried to, you know, to his credit, he tried to keep it away from him and force him to hit on that side, but he got enough of it to drag it back straight on the onside, offering him the opportunity to go on the off, and this time he goes on the on. Where's this one going? Someone's car was in danger there. Tracy's car almost got into the action. Beautiful swing. 52 is the partnership between this pair of 26 balls. Really finding it difficult now where to bowl to the well-set Castro. Anywhere you bowl, it's looking for. Well, that was down to Castro missing out there. 101 for 1. Just steps across, misses out. So no chance of that being called wide. As Bhutan bowls again. Castro would liked. No, he's not going to get it called this time. Yeah, if you walk across, once you move and you walk across, you push the tram lines a little bit further. So, but he got hold of that one. It's high in the air. It's gone way over the boundary already. That's a super hit. What a terrific over that was.
Castro up to 71. That was a 6-6 together with 5 balls.
Got right underneath that one. Almost into one of the pylons for the floodlights. 107 for 1. Castro is on 71, having first faced 31 balls. Christian Turton, 26 off 14. I was talking about trying to get it up to 120 plus. It certainly looks as though they're going to go beyond that now. 110 was okay. That was a projected score for a while, then 113. But I think they can look to touch the 120 mark. All right, it's still a little bit of an ask. 6 balls. They're going to want 13. That's what they're looking for. Donovan Roberts is the man tasked with bowling the last over. This will be a real challenging total even before this over as Roberts bowls. There's a dart at that one. Doesn't connect. And there's no run. That one just died on the keeper a little bit. Jaden Kent having to turn his head away, hoping not to get a bad bounce as Robert bowls again. It's short. It's hit out to the man in the deep at long off, and they come through for 1 run. The score goes on to 108 for 1. Christian Turton goes on to 27. T-10 Castro comes in on strike. He is on 71. And with the kind of fireworks that he's already put on, we're expecting a little bit more. Our scorer was asking for 6s this morning. She's had a few today already then. Even in this game. Here's the next ball. There you go. One more to the total. A flat, very well hit six by T-10 Castro. 114 for one. The score moves on to, just look at this, he waits for it nicely. Doesn't look to hit it too hard. It's good contact. He makes sure that he gets right under it to take it over the boundary. He moves on to 77. Another good swing down the ground. One bounce, picked up by the man in the deep who ran round to pick that up. They came through for a second run. Good running from Christian Turton. Mind you, it was T-10 Castro who was coming back to the safest end. Turton had to run to the far end. We're up to 116 in this innings. The previous highest total was 112, so they've already passed that. With 2 balls left, they're eyeing up that 120 mark that I was talking about. There's the big swing. It's not going to make it into the hands of the man in the deep. Well, not sure about the celebration. Ronaldo Lezama was the man in the deep with the red cap who held on to that.
Castro for well played. 79. I think that deserves a round of applause. The highest total individually.
Really good knock from T-10 Castro, 79. Excellent work from Castro to set things up for his team. Well, there's just the one delivery to go here. Joachim just has to face that one ball. The left-hander takes guard now. What can he do with one ball? 116 for 2. The boundary would give them the 120. It's slapped down the ground. Just the one. Yeah, why not? Okay, yeah, that's okay. Yeah. There you go. They would have got the run. This is something that you need to know about and agree on before you go out there. Yeah. And because if they'd gone here and he still fumbled it, he could have been in. Look. Yeah, he's quite right. Anyway, but there was a run out off the last ball. 117 for 3 was the Little Tobago Islanders total. The Booker Reef Divers are going to be chasing that task. They'll need 118 to win. We'll see how they get on when we come back in a couple of minutes from now. Welcome back to Speyside Recreation Ground for the second part of the matchup between the Little Tobago Islanders and the Booker Reef Divers. The Islanders scored 117 for 3 in their 10 overs, and the Divers are going to need 118 to win. Both teams are out in the middle. We've got the batsman out there now, the left-handed Nicholas Sukhdev Singh will take first strike. And who is it that we've got at the other end? Did you say?
Ready for the response here from the Divers. 118 targets.
Sidel Diaz. It is at the non-striker's end. Sukhdev Singh had a nice looking partnership the other day with Jesse Bhutan, but it fell apart, and after that fell apart, then so did their chances. T-10 Castro it is to bowl the first ball. He has a big swing at that, and that disappears for 4. It really travelled quickly. It was heading down the leg side and helped on its way by Sukhdev Singh. He'll be grateful for a nice start. Thanks very much for that, he says. Castro just a little bit wayward with that one. Got the line wrong. It disappeared very quickly as the next delivery hit back to mid-off. Who is that there? Is that Simmons Peters? We had a bit of a laugh with him the other day because he put 2 down. We shouldn't really drop in catches, but given that we said that he was so good, and then he dropped 2 and they moved him. He's actually just been moved again this time because we've got the right-hander on strike, because Castro bowls again. You're not quite sure where that one went, Diaz. Maybe caught him a little bit high up on the bat handle or the hand. Right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sheldon. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Very exciting first innings there.
Nice and clear, isn't it? Looks as though we are well set. Don't want to say too much about the weather and put the mockers on it, but it does look like a nice day. Nice big swing down the ground. No chance of getting hold of that one. It's still travelling. That was over the river. I was still describing the shot and it was still travelling in the air. You really got hold of that. The first maximum for the Booker Reef Divers in their chase of 117. They'll need 118 to win. Simmons Peters was just looking at that disappearing over the river towards the school. The school roof was hit yesterday, by the way, by one delivery. Just had to wait for that a little bit and drag it out into the deep. They managed to pick up 1 run. Did you see the school roof get hit yesterday?
Yeah, definitely. Well, yesterday was in fact the off day, so
oh no,
the day before.
Sorry about that. You're quite right.
Yesterday we saw some other lovely sights around this beautiful island of Tobago.
Yes, it was a very attractive afternoon yesterday. 12 without loss. Sukhdev Singh waiting for the next delivery. Ooh, a little bit of a waft at that outside the off stump. It went through to Atto James, the wicket keeper. End of the first over. 12 without loss. Sukhdev Singh on 5 and Diaz on 7.
12 is exactly the sort of start that the Booker Reef Divers would have wanted, chasing what would be the highest total that is set in this edition of the tournament. It's going to be an uphill task for them, but by all means they seem ready for it, given the start in the first over. If there's any player at the crease who you'd entrust with the abilities to chase down this total, it would be Sukhdev Singh and Diaz. Granted, both of them have not got off the flying start in this tournament that they are usually accustomed to, but everything in its time, and I think we can see certainly the conditions of the pitch have also improved, it's become a bit more friendly in terms of the batting aspect, and the batters seem to be taking advantage of that, playing through the line more easily than before, where there was some variable bounce and variable speed in terms of the pitch itself. But as you see, the national team coach Riyad Emrit now arriving with the Rainforest Rangers, who are up next.
Damien Joachim it is, left arm round, who bowls. That's nice looking shot. Just a late cut. There was a misfield, that third man, and they...
Oh, and Diaz is down again
with the knee.
My word, I hope he's alright. This one looks to be really painful.
Yeah.
He was doing well. He was running much better than the previous games, where he did have a bit of injury, and he looked as if he was turning to come back and just jarred his foot there at the end. See, the medics are approaching, not as quickly as they should be, but they are just having a stroll out towards Diaz. Really hope he's alright.
Well, luckily we've got a medical team on hand who, as soon as they get there, will try to assess what it is that's gone wrong. Oh, that's the ankle, I think. He twists the ankle, the right ankle.
Oh my, you saw where he just skid on that bit of loose sand, is it? And immediately clutching the right ankle, and it doesn't help that he had an injury on the right knee.
Yeah, before. I thought it was a knee.
Yeah, I think that was the logical assumption.
Yeah.
And the replay there, we saw that he...
See, the just went underneath, didn't it? Just twisted there. Not twist, but just... went over. They call it going over on the ankle, don't they? Horrible. Well, mercifully we've got people out there who know what they're doing. They can treat him.
I really hope he's alright, to be honest, because they need Diaz in this team. They need his batting ability, bowling, fielding, everything he brings to the team. He's a 360 package, essentially, and it's never a good sight when you see a player go down. And even more so, I think, the way he started his innings today seemed much more confident than the previous times when he batted. So I thought that we were getting ready for a treat.
Well, he's definitely in the wars, isn't he? He had the day before yesterday with the knee, and we're only in the second over, and he's already gone over on his right ankle. I think the best thing, my advice would be to get him off. Let's have some treatment, and if he can come back, then that would be great.
Well, he's up on his feet. That's the most important thing. And at the same time, there's just a bit of a gentle drizzle around the ground. I hope that it just blows away towards the easterly side here of the Speyside Recreational Ground.
Yeah, it really doesn't look anything untoward, because you can hardly see what cloud it is that's giving the drizzle. We're kind of covered, so there may be one direct that came over that I didn't see. Might be a little bit of drizzle in there, but it's not going to take us off. Well, maybe it wasn't as bad as we thought. Not only is he up on his feet, but he's walking back to take up the batting again. 14 without loss. Just hear it. A few tips. There's a nice swing from Diaz. It goes straight to Simmons. Pieces at mid-off, and there's no run. Dot ball. There's Joachim bowls again. Another swing from Diaz. He misses, and it's another really valuable dot ball 2 off the over so far, 14 without loss. And again, Joachim able to get past the defence of, well, he wasn't looking to defend it, was he? He got away with that nice big swing from Diaz, but not able to connect. This is a terrific over here. Well, you can't win them all, can you?
Magnificent strike there from Diaz, all the way for 6.
Really
Stand
got
and
hold
deliver.
of that. Yes, hit at cow, I suppose. I don't like calling it that, but it was quite a big mow down the ground. Exceptionally good hit. Must have gone, what, 10 metres past the boundary. And he attempts the shot again, but misses out, and they don't come through for a run. So 8 off the over, 20 after 2. Diaz is on 15, Sukhdev Singh on 5, and it will be Sukhdev Singh to face.
And just to give the viewers an idea that we are using this view angle because the drizzle is still persisting around the ground, and due to where the cameras are situated, there's no overhead shelter in place, so
you have to cover the camera.
Yeah, a bit of a preventative measure for the main cameras to just have some protection while this cloud passes, even though it's still good enough for cricket to take place. You know, they say rain only stops cricket, but rain also stops electrical appliances which require connection. So there's apologies to our viewers for that natural intervention from the sky, but we'll have those cameras back up shortly. For the moment, enjoy this view of the side.
Jaron Alfred is going to bowl the next over from the river end. He runs in now to bowl, and he goes through. He takes the off stump, and Sukhdev Singh has to go.
And it seems as if it just kept a bit low. Sukhdev Singh looking to heave it to the leg side, but you can see from the replay that the ball pitched and it went underneath the bat, so not getting up as he would have liked. Sukhdev Singh has to depart.
Yeah, Alfred didn't play in their last game, did he? But he's come back with a bang, taking out one of the top order batters. (20 for 1) coming out to join Diaz is Jesse Bhutan. As long as they can have a couple of big overs, this won't get out of hand. But you really need 10, 11, 12 an over to stay in the fight. If you do anything around 3 or 4 in an over, all of a sudden that required run rate will look very difficult. Jaron Alfred runs in again and bowls. Now it's tapped into the offside, and it's a direct hit.
My word! Christian Thurton with the direct hit. That was the only way Diaz could have been dismissed there. Bhutan refusing the single. Diaz halfway down the pitch and then returning. And a direct hit from T-10 just as he had to look and see the stumps. Let's look at this again here. So it was played into the offside. I think that's Diaz's call because it was behind Bhutan. Bhutan was ball watching. Diaz was almost 3/4 way down the pitch and look at the throw. One bounce and hits the stumps. Diaz definitely short of his ground.
I think under normal circumstances, I would say that was quite clearly Diaz's call. However, Diaz just had medical treatment for a foot injury. He had a knee injury 2 days before, and you could say that Jesse Bhutan had in mind, I'm not going to take any quick singles. Given that you've got a problem with your knee and you've just fallen over, you know, we had some medical treatment here. He had it in mind, he can't take a quick single.
But the irony is that Diaz is the one who pushed for the quick single. So, I mean, no matter the injury or not, I think it really just came out of a situation there of match awareness. And in fairness, Bhutan was looking at where the ball was going to see if it would have passed the fielder or not. So he was probably just waiting. He is aware that T-10 is a good fielder. So it's a situation where you trust your partner, I guess. Because even though the ball did go behind him,
which would have been Diaz's call.
Correct. He was still waiting to see if it would have passed him before he went forward for the single. So, all in all, second wicket falls 20 for 2.
New batsman Jaden Kent.
Jaden Kent comes out to join Jesse Bhutan. And that a very similar looking shot from Bhutan, and he jogs through for the single, which I think is what Cyril Diaz was hoping was going to happen the last delivery. Anyway, that one's gone. There's no bringing that one back. Bhutan is off the mark with a single, which brings the young Jaden Kent on strike at 21 for 2. There's Alfred. He bowls and Kent has a bit of a swing at that.
That delivery also didn't get up at all. It seemed to have skidded through from Alfred.
Yeah, there are a few of them that are not getting past half stump height when you really think that they'd be hitting the top of the stumps. That one is dug out by Kent. Doesn't really go that far. There are a couple of fielders that converge on it in the cover area, and there's no run. 21 for 2. 2 wickets having fallen. So there was a chance for a hat-trick then, when you think about it.
Well, technically one was a run out, so
yes.
it would have been a hat-trick of wickets, but only 2 would have been attributed to the bowler if he got the third.
There was a single taken off that last delivery. Jaden Kent goes up to the river end. Jesse Bhutan jogged through for another single. 22 for 2. It'll be Kent to face. And we'll have a look and see who it is that's going to bowl the next over. We're going to have Joachim again to bowl a second. It looks like it. He's walking up towards the umpire now. Still got his red hat.
But if it's one thing we can probably say is that it's going to be an uphill task. The fact that 2 of the premier batters in your team are back in the hut, Sukhdev Singh and Diaz. That Bhutan has to play a captain's role here today. We saw in the previous round of matches where we had Emirates, the coach and player for the Rainforest Rangers. He played
He did just that.
Coach, captain and player role all in one by bringing home the game. And this time the onus is going to be on Jesse Bhutan to lead his team home.
Joachim bowls. It's played defensively by Kent. Joachim fields off his own bowling and there's no run. Ashon Peer is still in the team. He hits a long ball, doesn't he? Joachim bowls a little bit flatter, quicker, tucked into the leg side. Who's it that's racing round there to try and pick that up? And he took 2. That was well run, wasn't it? There's a big gap there.
I also think Donovan Roberts might probably have some contributions with the bat. He's the sort of player gives his all.
Could be.
But no matter what, still you have a marquee player in Jesse Bhutan, your foreign player, even though he's from Trinidad, but albeit one of the main batters in the team and the tournament. Just coming back from that Guyana Super League victory as well, and
that's good running again. 4 off those 2 balls, tucked off the legs. That's well run. 26 for 2.
Yeah, thankfully
we're back up.
Bit of drizzle has passed.
We've got our cameraman back in action. It's funny how it was just a little bit of light drizzle just off to our left and perfectly playable without any problems in the middle. That's Joachim bowls again. Kent has a little dab at that. He maybe got the bottom of the bat. They're going to come back for a second. So 6 off the 3 balls. They've run 2s off each of those deliveries. Must have got something on it because there was no signal, so must have bottom edged that. Kent. Okay, thanks. There comes Joachim again, tucked off the legs. They can only get 1 this time. It goes a little bit quicker because there was more bat on it, and it was Kent who came through for that single. 29 for 2. 7 off the over so far. Jaden Kent is signalling for a drink. He's only been out there for 8 balls. Thirsty work for the young man as Joachim comes around the wicket, left hand, and Bhutan pushes that out to deep cover. They jog through for a single. It'll be Jesse Bhutan who keeps strike at the end of that over. 30 for 2. Six to Jaden Kent, 2 to Jesse Bhutan.
End of 4, 13 for 2. Divers in pursuit of 118.
That required run rate is just beginning to look uncomfortably difficult. Don't want it getting up to 15. For some reason I just always feel that if once it gets to 15 you've got such a difficult task on your hands. This will be the over to try and pull it back as Alfred runs in to bowl. It's hit into the onside as an attempted pull. He doesn't get hold of it that well, but they manage to come through for 2. 32 for 2 now. Things can change so quickly one way or the other. Alfred can't afford to go for too many in this over, but Bhutan has other ideas. He hits it down the ground, but straight to the fielder in the deep. T-10 Castro is the man who gets underneath it. Used his feet well, did Bhutan. Gave it a nice strike, but not quite far enough to get over the boundary. That boundary that he's looking to hit to is all of 65 meters, so it's a good sized ground here in Speyside. Just needed a few more meters, and unfortunately for Bhutan it wasn't to be. He departs early with the score now on 32 for 3, and that required run rate has now gone up just over 15 and over. So problems for the Booker Reef Divers. New batsman is making his way out to the middle. The Booker Reef Divers have got their vehicle parked under a tree next to a tent where they're doing their changing. That's their dugout, if you like. And it's the big frame of Ashon Pierre, the big hitting Ashon Pierre, who makes his way out to the middle now.
New matchman here, Ashon Pierre.
32 for 3 as Pierre prepares to wait to face his first delivery from Jaron Alfred. I said that Alfred couldn't afford to go for many. He's only gone for 2. And he just spears that in to the pads of Ashon Pierre, who digs that out, and they come through for 1 run. Another run to the total, but they need boundaries, if not maximums. Really have to step it up here. It's a very good score from the Little Tobago Islanders. In fact, it's the highest score of the competition to this point. And that's a defensive. He forced him into a defensive stroke there. Much slower ball from Alfred. On target as well, well directed. And Kent kept that out with a respectful defensive push. The score stays on 33 for 3. There are 2 balls left in the over. Kent has a swing at that. It's not going to get past the man at long off, but they take a single and the score moves on to 34 for 3. It's funny, but it really needs a little bit more firepower than the 4 runs that have come off this over. Really needs a big hit here. Ashon Pierre thinks about putting it over the river, has a swing at it but misses out, and at the end of the over it's 34 for 3. Ashon Pierre's 1. Jaden Kent is on 7. 5 overs gone, and at the halfway point I think the Islanders were 50 or 51 if I'm not mistaken, something like that. They were really looking good, and unfortunately things don't look that good for the Booker Reef Divers. It's a huge task ahead of them. 16, almost 17 and over required. There's a change of bowling from the Windward Road end, and it's Afiba McKenna who's been given the task to bowl over number 6. Ashon Pierre is down at the non-strikers, and Jaden Kent just taking guard again. He didn't have to come very far then. If the stadium announcer is correct. Just a 10-minute, 15-minute drive, really, from Roxbury. Fires that in out to the deep, and it's Simmons-Peters who races in. It's a nice throw from the deep. One bounce to the keeper, Atto James.
Well, I know you mentioned previously a drop catch of Simmons-Peters, which
is
unfortunate.
We shouldn't.
But not rub salt in the wound. But the cameraman for the Chief Secretary's tournament also made a post on the page showing the different stages of the ball going into his hand and out. And I think that was a bit unfair to Simmons-Peters.
Oh, where's that one going? Yeah, Jaron Alfred out in the deep square leg area, managing to pick up that one. Jaden Kent having a good swing at this. There you go.
Yeah, really just stood up there to be hit.
He got underneath it.
A really good catch here from Jaron Alfred. Eyes on it all the way. Did take it just a bit away from his body, but still, in the end,
good hands.
Safe enough. Yeah, very good hands.
Yeah. Alfred, a couple of years ago, went up to England to play in the Essex Cricket League. He played at Hornchurch Athletic Cricket Club, and there's another boy up there now from Tobago, Josh Telemark. He's playing up there at the moment. They're doing reasonably well. The season that Alfred played up there, he was part of their promotion winning side. The next year they didn't have an overseas and they stayed there. Josh Telemark is up there now, and I think they're in third place, a point behind the second place team, and they only need another win and they'll be able to do it. Afiba McKenna bowls the next delivery. It's hit down the ground. It's a nice pick up and throw. They think about a second, but they stay just.
Well, that's Christian Turton who had the direct hit, so they're not going to take any chances on him again.
Yeah, maybe it would be best not to. So Keelan Lynch, by the way, is the non-striker. He was the one who took the singlets. Ashon Pierre on strike.
That's the guy now. Ashon Pierre, as you mentioned earlier, does have the ability to hit the ball quite a long way. Let's see what he can produce.
He just tucks it off his legs, going out towards Jaron Alfred. They come back for a second. He wings it in, but the keeper can't take it cleanly.
Bit awkward on the bounce, I think, in fairness to the keeper as well. So tried to maneuver, but unable to collect and hit the base. But what about the bowling action run up, or I shouldn't say run up because he's not really running to the crease, but what do you think about the bowling style of Afiba McKenna?
It's unusual, isn't it? It looks almost as though he's going to do a baseball pitch.
As if he's just standing to throw it
stand there. He's
to the catcher.
He's just going to wing one down. He takes a couple of steps towards the popping crease and then delivers. He stands almost alongside the umpire. It's deceptive, that camera. He's actually a couple of steps in front and floats one up there. That's going to get past the two men there. Is it going to go all the way? Yeah, good piece of fielding. Just pulls it back, and they managed to come back. It was 3 runs they needed. They needed that.
Really good work out in the deep as Damien Joachim with the chase.
Just flicks it back.
Just about gets there, gets the hand out. Looks to be all safe in the end.
42 for 4 then. Keelan Lynch has only faced the one delivery from which he tapped that single. Ashon Pierre is 6 of 5. And the run rate, required run rate, is already up to 19, way beyond the 15 that we, or that I say, is still manageable. They're up to 19 needed. per over, 42 for 4.
76 and 24. Michael Ramdas, the new bowler.
Yes, from the river end, right arm round. Ashon Pierre looks to hit that down the ground. It squirts off the bat and it comes down towards our position, which for the purposes of describing where we are, where would you say that was then?
It's a backward square position from where the ball was struck.
Yeah, backward of square.
Backward square or backward point, depending on left or right.
Right or left, yeah, backward square. Short, pulled, but he didn't get hold of it. It trickles out towards the square leg umpire, and it's the oft mentioned Simmons Peters who runs round to field. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that what you're likely to see is Peters trying to stop everything and catch everything. He feels as though he's got to make up for not the best of displays earlier on. That's a nice swing from Ashon Pierre. It's wide of the man out in the deep.
Oh,
and it goes
dissects
between both of them, yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes for 4.
I just saw a really excellent stop there from Joachim, and he was given chase along with Castro. It appeared to be on that side of the boundary.
Yeah.
Dissected them perfectly.
Yeah, it's a good swing out into the deep mid-wicket area. And it goes with the ground as well. He tried to stop it with the foot. Didn't quite come off. Pierre has another waft at that one. It's wide. You'll have to bowl it again. Did Ramkasoon say something to him then? To the batsman. Anyway, whatever it was, it's done now. Another big swing out into the deep. This time it does go direct to the man, so no chance to come back for a second. Just a single there. 50 is up, by the way. 50 for 4. Keelan Lynch to face. He's faced 2 balls so far for his 2.
And he's bowled him.
No, that wasn't the one to go for.
Ramdas gets a wicket just as he did in the previous game when he got a wicket off Orlando James. Similarly in this game gets the all-important wicket. And another breakthrough for the Little Tobago Islanders.
Pierre was disappointed with Lynch's choice of shot here. He had a word with him on the way out, as if to say, what were you thinking of?
Yeah, just angling into the stumps and not really turning. Just drifted on and held its line, going on to hit the middle stump.
Well, things unravelling pretty quickly now, I'm afraid, for the Booker Reef divers. An experienced John Ross Jagasar making his way out to the middle. He joins Ashon Pierre with the score, on 50 for 5. That required run rate is up above 21 now.
John Ross Jagasar does have ability with the bat. I've seen him numerous times before throughout various formats of the game. So he is certainly someone who can contribute here. It's definitely a tough ask at this point, 68 and 19, but by all means, he's the sort of player that is going to give his all on the field of play.
Short and hit out towards the man at deep mid-wicket. There's no, well, they take 1. No chance of coming back for a second. And that's the end of the over. 51 for 5.
So the 50 coming up in that over, I think, albeit the wicket falling might have probably just overshadowed that milestone in the batting department.
No, we mentioned it, but it was so flat.
No, indeed. I recall it being mentioned. I just re-emphasized because, again, as you said, it's just the
whole
lack of celebratory
now.
atmosphere due to the fact that the divers seem to be in a position where they're not commanding the game.
22 plus now the required run rate.
Jaggers are on strike.
Horrible position to be in when everything rests on you and the task is so big. Phoebe McKenna's going to continue just as well.
Might as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to go for 22, are you? So why take the ball away from him? Even if you went for 15, you'd still be, in with a shout.
And that just peels off the outside edge and he takes the catch.
Popped it up to Phoebe McKenna, thinking of trying to play something into the deep on the onside, but he only succeeded in popping that up for the caught and bowled.
It was a low full toss, and it's one of those tricky deliveries. He tried to play it towards the leg side and instead just takes the outside edge and skies up in the air. Comfortable catch there for McKenna. Almost a bit of a collision, but safely in the end. And I can tell you, Sheldon, no excuses being made for the batter, but I have been dismissed in a similar fashion, and it's not nice. It's a situation where that low full toss, the timing of the shot has to be precise for you to get any purchase, because I'm going to tell you that instance, just a funny side note, I was in fact on 49 when I got a low full toss, tried to just paddle it on the leg side, and top edge was caught in the end.
Donovan Roberts.
Tricky deliveries. This is the guy, full maximum effort.
He has a swing at the first ball and not able to connect. Phoebe McKenna.
It's very lively character, isn't Roberts?
Looking so happy with his work at the moment. That's not going to bring them any more than one. You can see it even in the fielding side as they just amble around, and the sting has gone out of the game. 26 an over required. Almost up to the impossible. You've got the left-handed Ashon Pierre on strike at the moment, and a little push out to point brings Pierre a single. It's not going to be enough. You need bigger swings in a really short space of time. Gone up to 27 now. 53 for 6 is the score as McKenna bowls. When it goes wrong, everything goes wrong.
Yeah, well, that's how the nature of this game is. It's such a short format that everything has to be precise. The momentum and the energy shift between the bat and the fielding team, as that's another dot delivery to end the 8th over. 53 for 6 now, but as you mentioned there, Sheldon, it's really tough in this T-10 format. Once the equation starts to go against you, unless you have someone play a blind off an innings or someone has the ability to take the game out of the hands of the opposition, it's not going to happen as easily. We see the umpire there just signaling the batting power play, as we know that there seems to be a floating batting power play in this tournament, which we have seen previously in the Dream 11 T10 Blast. So just to give our viewers an idea, the batting power play cannot be taken in the last over of the inning. So this being the penultimate over,
this will be it.
They will have to take it. Yeah, it's I think it's a situation because they want the batters to use it more strategically. So the first 2 overs are the bowling power play, and then you have to take that floating single over for the batting power play from overs 3 to 9. So what we saw in the Dream 11 T10 Blast in Trinidad that was recently concluded is that many teams, if you have your first 2 overs where your batters are off to a flying start, they take it in the 3rd over. They take it one time so that you maximize the effect of it, rather than you leave it for later down in the innings when, again, as you see in this format, wickets just tend to fall very quick and fast.
Yes, the strategic choice has to be a good one. But whatever the Booker Reef divers have chosen to do hasn't worked out. It all went wrong from the toss, to be honest. Jesse Bhutan lost the toss and it went downhill from there. In comes Webster to bowl to Pierre, and that's going to be a wide, I think.
Well, he just looked back at the umpire inquisitively, because I think Pierre did stretch across the offside, but it's if he moved his entire body position, so he didn't really shuffle back and across here. It's wide.
Okay, yeah.
It did pass very close to the bat, but because he did not move his bodily position, the wide angle and wide line will stay the same.
That's right. Ooh,
it's a beauty.
Well, I haven't seen many of those. Genuine play and a miss, beaten. Pierre there.
I think that's one of those off-cutter type deliveries that Webster prides himself on.
Not sure about some of the shots at the back end of some of the games we've seen. That one will be wide, won't it?
Oh, excellent stop there from the wicket keeper, diving low down to his right. Atto James.
Yes, he's a big fella, isn't he?
Yeah, did very well to get down there quickly enough.
That was a good stop, but it was a wide delivery. So we've had 2 wide balls in the over so far and a dot. 56 for 6. Robert swung at that one outside the off stump, didn't connect. So 2 dots and the 2 wides, they ran, didn't they? Because Pierre is up at the other end now. Roberts facing here. Yeah, nice looking swing, but you need to connect.
If only he could have connected with the bat the way he does with the ball in hand. Roberts would have put on a masterclass here. He still is the leading wicket taker, confirmed by our lovely scorer, it's Tracy Caldera. And I think it seems to be all over at this stage. Striking him on the pad, just asking a question, not even an appeal. That's the sort of lull that we've reached in the game. The bowlers don't even want to appeal anymore. The umpire also having a bit of a smile.
Yeah, it
just wants to get on with it.
It just went up to 46 and over.
Not bad.
The required run rate. As Webster runs in and bowls, it's really just completely fallen apart for them.
And some shouts from the supporters on the hills asking the umpire to stretch his hands there for a wide, but
no, he wants this one to be as over as quickly as possible, I think.
But it's really good to have those supporters around and giving their contributions.
Hasn't been a run from the bat in this over as yet.
Did he leave alone that one? I think he's asking for the wide there.
And the umpire said to that one, look, if you're not going to hit them when they're on the stumps, why am I going to bother?
Let's see where that one passed.
This is the replay of the last delivery.
Game number 7, Matchday 4. 1 over remaining.
We can't actually see the line.
But the line is in line with Atto James. So that's why we can see the line. But
he was blocking it. My suspicion.
It did go past the white line, but Roberts did shuffle back and across. So again, that discretion.
You make the movement, you just widen it that little bit, yeah. And you as you say, you give the umpire the discretion to say yes or no. If you stay where you are, he's a lot tighter. We've got one over
Ramdas.
to go. Ramdas is going to bowl it from the windward road, and he goes back onto his stumps and punches that down the ground as Ashon Pierre. They jog through for 1 run, as does the fielder, who jogs up to pick it up. It's all very sedate at the moment. It's like the last day of school, you know, you turn up to classes but nobody does any work. Good swing from
I think most importantly at this stage, even if they were trying to get to the score, they should have probably still looked to get at least a run a ball and get the total up to help their overall net run rate.
Well, we've seen it a couple of times where the people have taken their foot off the gas.
Well, they're still trying to swing at almost every delivery, which I don't think you're going to get the total at this stage from a mathematical perspective, but you know, it's all about playing sensible cricket. You know that all of the teams are competing. It's a very close margin with teams 1 or 2 victories thus far. So you still have to ensure that your overall net run rate is good enough.
Donovan Roberts is the man striking the ball now. That goes out into the deep. It's another jog for a single. The score goes on to 60 for 6. Pierre has a waft at that one.
He was ready to walk off.
Yeah.
I think he forgot that there's 1 delivery left.
Ramdas has got 1 delivery left, yes. He's going to bowl that to Ashon Pierre. He bowls it now. Again, 1 more hit down the ground. It's picked up by the fielder in the deep. They come through for a single, and that, I'm afraid, is a disappointing.
Roberts was coming back for the second.
Yeah.
And Pierre just stood around and told him don't even worry. Again there, another run could have been added to the score for the overall.
Yeah, there could have been a few runs actually on there. Anyway, the T-10 Castro, not surprisingly, has been picked out as the man of the match. I think quite rightly so. It's a damaging loss. 79 or 35 balls. There were 5 fours and 7 sixes, and he struck at a rate of 225. That was a lot of damage done by T-10 Castro. The players are shaking our hands. They leave the field. We've got another game coming up for you now at 40 minutes from now. We look forward to your company then. Bye-bye for now. Hello and welcome back to the Speyside Recreation Ground. We're about to get underway with the second match of day 4. It's effectively game 8. Game 7 finished with a convincing victory by the Little Tobago Islanders over the Booker Reef Divers. Now we've got a rematch of our opening match of this year's Chief Secretary's Bago T-10 Blast. It is the Rainforest Rangers going up against the King George Gunners, the Fort King George Gunners. And I hesitate about this one because this was the one that got abandoned. The rain came. We had one bit of rain and it resulted in an abandoned game. A point each for the two teams. So the Rainforest Rangers are the team with a little bit more to prove. The opening batsman, it will be Cephas Cooper to face the opening delivery, and he will be facing the coach of the Rainforest Rangers and the national coach as well, Red Emrit. He's about to take up the bowling. Keshav Badra Singh, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Rooks. Pleasure to be alongside your esteemed company as always.
Nice to see you in, and you're in for the very first delivery. I don't think he's not going to deliver yet. He's just checking something with the ball. It was far too long a walk. You know, sometimes bowlers have a little bit of a walk, then a jog, and then they get into it. Well, as he kept walking, I thought, he's not going to bowl, is he?
Well, we've seen some very unique run-ups throughout the years, but one thing for certain is that Riyad Emrit, he has his run-up set.
Classic.
From the foundation days, and he's ready to go for ball 1.
There he goes. Attempted cut from Cephas Cooper, who is on good form, isn't he?
Yep, and that's one of his favourite strokes, so not
that's right.
The best delivery that you
don't
want
to be feeding him.
entice him with.
I mean, there are a couple of men,
so
actually.
And he has put two fielders strategically.
Yes.
In that backward point region. So he has strengthened that offside region, and in fact now he's just making some more adjustments.
Move them around a little. Let's just tell you where we are. Okay, so you could call that backward point and short third man if you like, yeah? These two in here, those are your cut-shot men. However, if he cuts it really square, there's no one at point. That's exactly where he puts it. And then from deep cover runs in, but he's able to take 2. It's exactly where he put it.
And at the end of the day, you just wonder for a situation where he's going to use his own strength against him, as in set the field, make him play the shots because he has the confidence, he will play the shots, and you know the nature of cricket, because of the surface, one might stay low, one might pop a bit extra, might go aerially, uppishly, so it could be one of those ploys.
Well, just give him that shape and a little bit something different on the ball. He's clever enough, isn't he, Emrit, to do that. He feeds him again.
And it's running all the way down to the commentary tent for 4. So it was in the air.
I was going to go for it myself.
It was uppish, I think, according to plan, in terms of what he wanted to do. But such is the class and the execution of Cephas Cooper that he was able to play the shot still wider of the fielder Orlando James, and in between that gap, middle of the bat, look at it, rose his wrist, and 2 fielders there closely positioned next to each other.
I think you're quite right. He's not afraid to feed him that delivery in the hope that he's going to pick out one of the fielders that's there. But again, and that's a little bit too deep there for me. You know my thinking on the one person in. You have the others.
Yeah,
deeper,
you have one in to stop that quick single.
One, and even if he doesn't stop it, you make them think, hang on, I can't risk this next time. I got away with it this time. Or I've got to be very, very precise. To his left or to his right, but I know that if it goes to him, it's not on.
And sometimes just knowing that the fielder is there,
Yeah,
also
yeah,
you will
enough.
adjust your stroke.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you play the same, you will
That's
adjust
the
your
next-
stroke, and that can cause to something untoward.
That's the next thing. Force him to change the way that he plays that shot. Take away the easy push. It's the left-hander who came in there, dear John Charles. He played that back up to Emirates, and there's no run. 7 without loss. So there've been, some nice scoring shots from Cooper, but the over certainly hasn't gotten away from Emirates. 7 off it so far with 1 ball to come. Let's see how he finishes it up. It's a nice finish. A couple of dots to end the over. 7 without loss. Dijon Charles is yet to get off the mark. It's Cephas Cooper who's picked up all 7 of the runs.
Yeah, so a cautious start, you would say, in the context of this game. Of course, Dijon Charles having been dismissed in unfortunate fashions in his previous innings. I think in fact twice he was dismissed where the ball just stayed by ankle height and didn't get up at all.
Yes.
But he's the sort of batsman, Charles, that once he gets the opportunity, he's going to take advantage of it. He's been a stalwart in the T10 editions, Dream 11, Chief Secretary across Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm sure the Fort King George Gunners would be looking for Charles to get off to a good start today alongside the informed Cephas Cooper. With the ball in hand now is former Trinidad and Tobago under 19 fast bowler Liam Mamchan.
Is he not fast any longer then? Or is he just no longer under 19?
No longer under 19.
Sorry about that. I hope that his run-up isn't troubled by that bit of sand and loose earth just in front.
We have seen
of
that
the crease.
area give difficulty to bowlers.
Looks nice and strong, doesn't he? Yeah. Nice action.
Yeah, very smooth. But flashing outside the off stump.
Yep, a dot to start things off. Yeah, nice front arm. Gave him
Dangerously close to an edge.
gave him the bit of width, didn't he? So maybe that's the plan. We know where he's going to hit it. Let's give it to him, put our men out there, and one of the men is indeed Emirates himself.
And
There you
again,
go. Yeah. Yeah, I think that now is clearly the plan. Bowl it at the tram line. If you want to hit it, go on. We know that's what you like. That's
Yeah.
a good ball.
yeah, it is.
That really is on the line. And Cephas Cooper didn't like it. He was umming and ahhing about it. It was a very good ball. There's Mamchan again.
That's a good looking delivery.
Yeah.
Look at the extra bounce on that one.
3 for 3. Three dots now.
Excellent start here from Liam Mamchan.
Let's see what he didn't like about this. He hasn't liked any of the deliveries, but he didn't like this one. Yeah, fine. Nothing wrong with that. A little bit of zip, good bit of bounce, and it bounced a good deal more than Cooper thought, and as a result of that, he sort of shrugged his shoulders and was umming and ahhing about what. That it bounced.
But the first two
Sorry.
stayed underneath the bat, so I
Yeah.
think that's
Well.
what essentially caught him by surprise. And we did speak about that earlier.
Yeah.
Keep it in the same area and let the pitch do its work.
3 dots up to this point. Makes him swing, and it really is a good swing.
The first delivery that went into the pads of Cooper, and he deposits it for a boundary over the leg side.
Actually, yeah, it went all the way.
Yeah, maybe just a bit too full on that occasion, but the delivery, when it pitched on around that middle and off some line, it just
Yes.
veered inward. So
Yeah,
it helped
that's right.
with the angle that Cooper was going with the shot.
Someone has decided to move their car as a result of that. It's a bit late, isn't it? Oh, that's a swing again.
Another swing and a miss, and that's the same area where he had the previous dot delivery, so just needs to stick with that. It's been an excellent over here. Apart from that 6, it's been very good from Liam Amcha in terms of the control and the execution.
Yeah, if he can get out of this over now with a dot, maybe just a single, he'll feel really happy. 6 or 7 off the over, and I think you've kept Cephas Cooper quiet.
And even a wicket would be the cherry on top.
Oh, well, that'd be great. Let's see where he goes here. Yeah, he goes back to the outside off stump line. However, Cooper is able to get underneath this and cuts that high.
This one just stood up outside of the off stump.
Yeah.
And a really good shot there from Cooper, because it was tailing inward, so it was coming close to him, in fact. But Cooper he didn't even move his back foot much. He just sort of rocked back and just opened the face. Really quick hands from Cephas Cooper to execute that shot and got it all the way for 4. I think what I might have probably just done a bit differently there is, as we know that the second over has concluded 70 without loss. If you're bowling that line, give the protection outside and off, because we saw 2 fielders on the leg side. He had one at the cow corner position and one at the long on position, as you see the umpire signaling the end of the bowling power play. But if he's bowling outside the off stump, I think the skipper should give him some protection at deep point, because if that ball was hit in the air, if you had a deep point, Cooper wouldn't play the shot as easily. And if it goes in the air, you have a chance.
Yes,
and even an extra couple, something else, just to put the doubt in the mind of the batter.
No, you're absolutely right. When I looked, as the ball began to disappear in that direction, I thought, where's the man? That, one bounce to the man in the deep and you're okay. You get away with 7 off the over. As it ended up, he went for 10. Dijon Charles is going to face his 3rd ball. It's Sween who runs in to bowl now, and that's played nicely out to the man at deep cover, and they pick up 1 run. It's the first run off the bat for Charles.
Off the mark to some applause, and you can just see a shake of his head there, because but trust me, Dijon Charles, you don't want to give him any opportunities at the bat, because he can take the game away from you in an instant. A very clean strike off the ball, and he's also excellent with his placement of his strokes. So once you see Dijon Charles into stride, it's going to be something totally different to when he's not scoring.
Yeah, he's a nice looking player. Sween bowls, and it's cut again. This out to the man at deep cover. The cut shot being employed almost exclusively by Cephas Cooper. He's been fed this diet, but if he takes 1, you'll feel that you've kept him quiet. Give him that 1 and let him play that cut shot for a single, as long as he doesn't beat you left or right. The field placings have got to be really good, and the delivery can't give him anything else. Sween bowls now. That's a beautiful pull shot. Whoa, that went the full distance.
Well, I don't want to say I told you so, but right on cue, Dijon Charles answers the call. This one went behind the stands, hence the camera is still there looking to see when the ball will be retrieved. But let's take a look at this shot again.
Remember the boundary marker, as it disappears over the boundary, it's 55 metres. He just steps to his left, gives himself that little bit of room. A full swing of the bat, great pull. 55 metres is when it went over the boundary. It must have gone another 15 after that, for sure.
I can sense that we're in for something special today from Charles.
Sween bowls again. This time it's outside the off stump. He's taken a step. He's lucky to get called wide there, because he did step across. Yeah, there's the movement.
The shuffle, yeah.
You've got to give him a little bit more space. You've got to give the bowler a little bit more space. Once the batsman moves, that line also has to move. I don't think it moved far enough. They called a wide. Slightly unfair on Sween, I think. Anyway, he bowls, and it's a good connection. And they're going to come through for an overthrow, a second. It's a nice looking punch down to Clinton Brooks, who picked up to throw in from backward point. I call him Bolivar, that's his nickname, Clinton Brooks. His son also plays on the team. Here comes Sween again. He bowls it short, worked off the pads. Beautifully done. Actually, it's a great looking shot. Lovely clip off the pads. And one bounce, 4, just backward of where the square leg fielder would have been.
Yeah, class again there from the Jean-Charles. Very quick hands, as you mentioned before. And the placement, I did tell you his placement is something that is not to be taken lightly. I've seen it enough times to know that it's not just a fluke, it's not just a coincidence, but he's monitoring the field. He's aware of where the gaps are. There was a fielder deep on the boundary, and it still went wide of him for 4.
15 off the over so far. Bad news for Dexter Sween, I'm afraid. Didn't want to go for this many. Still one ball to come. Short, and just guided to backward point where Clinton Brooks picks up and feels it's the end of the over 33 without loss. And 32 of those have come from the bat, by the way. 18 to Cephas Cooper, 14 to the John Charles, 33 without loss. It's a nice start after 3 overs by the Fort King George Gunners, and they for me are the dangerous team. They look as though they have got their unit working really well. Mark Dial is marshalling his troops. He's the captain of the Rainforest Rangers. He's got a job on his hands to try and keep the Fort King George Gunners from racing away with this. 11 and over at the moment. They are going along at. Nice start for them. Bowling from the Windward Road end now. Was that a leg bye or just a bye? Looked like a leg bye. Might need to see that one again. 34 without loss. And it is Brooks who bowls left arm around the wicket. He bowled him right through him. Looked to take a step back and play a defensive punch down the ground. It went right through him. Quinton Brooks picks up the wicket of the very dangerous Cephas Cooper.
Oh, what a breakthrough here for the Rainforest Rangers. Cephas Cooper having to go back in the hut. An excellent delivery here from Quinton Brooks. Look at it coming around the wicket. Delivery just tailing into the stumps and shattering them. Rightfully so. He celebrates with joyous energy. And you heard some of the supporters as well shouting Brooksy boy, as he has some fans out here at the Speyside Recreational Grounds. It's 34 for 1.
Yeah, he's only young. I mean, he's 21, and they've tossed him the ball. I think he's already picked up wickets in the.
He bowled well in the previous game that they had.
Yeah. So he'll be on a high here. Dylan Douglas, who comes into bat now. He joins Dijon Charles.
Douglas all the way from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The only player that's not from Trinidad or Tobago in this Chief Secretary blast.
It's slightly unusual. We have had more players from St Vincent and the Grenadines before. Maybe we'll get back to that in future editions as Douglas bowls, and it's tucked into the leg side. They come through for 1 run. The score moves on to 35 for 1. Douglas off the mark with his first delivery, and it brings Dijon Charles on strike. He's already shown us a few nice shots so far. Brooks will have to try and keep him quiet. There's a dot ball.
Golden on this stage.
I mean, 2 more balls, as long as that he doesn't travel here. He just pulls that one down a little bit short, but Emret is in quickly, and that freezes both the batsmen. They turn and have a look, and they think, no, it's Emret. He's too good. We're not going to run the risk, and they end up only taking 1 run.
Yeah, well, I think that Charles is aware that he has to bat through the innings. They do have other competent batters in their lineup, but him being the captain, opening the batting, has to lead from the front. Give his team that momentum to go forward.
36 for 1. It's a little paddle sweep.
Premeditated, to say the least, because he tried to paddle that where it was going down the leg, and if he just stayed with the natural angle, could have flicked it anywhere down the leg side for runs.
What a very good over that was from Brooks. He picked up the wicket and then only went for 2. Incredible, really. I mean, I think we've seen 1 maiden, but you know, to go for 2, 3, 4, 5 in an over, you've really gotten away with going for very little. So Brooks will be happy. He's got another over to come as well. 36 for 1 after 4. We've got Mark Dial coming on from the river end now, and after that single that they took off the... No, they didn't take a single, it was the one before. It'll be Dylan Douglas to face. No, it hasn't changed. Mark Dial hits that one. Sorry, gets hit. First ball by Dijon Charles out into the deep.
Just a single. He has protection out there in the form of Emret, but it's good to see Dial on the ball. I think could have probably used himself a bit more in some of the previous games. A bowler with his caliber as well as his experience. Certainly not someone to take lightly. There's a lot of subtle variations as Dial uses the same action but gets the ball to go into the right-hander as well as drifting away. Sometimes he just rolls his fingers on the ball over the seam. And some variable bounce movement.
Douglas waits for the next delivery.
It's well bowled.
That's a big hoik at that one and doesn't connect. .37 for 1. Dale bowls. He has another go at that. Gets right past him, past the wicket keeper. And there's a chase to try and haul it in, which they do. But not before Douglas runs 2. So we've got a couple of extras in there, haven't we? He's going to have to try and chase that. It actually lands in some sand, so there's a big puff of sand there. There's an area that was a damp, and it landed in that sandy area, so that's what slowed it up. And another run goes to the total. Dijon Charles comes on strike now. Gives himself room. Looks to play that into the offside. Misses out. And there's no run. That's well bowled there. And that's the end of the over. Another dot to finish things up. 40 for 1. Dijon Charles is on 16. Dylan Douglas is on 4.
Charles and 16 and Douglas and 4. Halfway stage in game number 8.
So at the halfway mark, a 40 for 1. Reasonably, I think they should be looking towards, I would say, 100 as the total. Because they have 9 wickets left in the hut. They still have the likes of Akil Cooper to come in and hit the ball a long way. Marlon Richards.
Yeah, that projected score of 80 doesn't look as impressive as the, what was it, 117 or something that was scored earlier on.
Well, that's
yeah, beautifully hit.
Majestic shot there.
Good use of the feet. We'll just wait to see. The umpire is signalling 6. He's decided that it's 6, yeah.
Good use of the feet. Kept his head down when he connected with the shot, most importantly. And he went all the way straight towards our cameraman there, Mr. Kevin George.
46 now for 1. Again, he's unlucky because he moves across his stumps here. You know, he's moving in that position to try and sweep that ball. Goes down the leg side, but oh well. That's another good hit, but is it going to get... Yeah, it just drops in front of Namchan, who was running in from the deep.
I think if he wasn't straight on the boundary itself, might have been easier, but where he was positioned, there was quite some distance for him to run forward, and the ball did drop a good bit of way in front of him again.
Yeah, you can't win them all. You want your man back on the boundary so that when they're hit long, you've got a good chance of catching them. If you have them in and it goes over your head and then it rolls for 4, you'll feel as though you've given away runs. So he was in the deep, it didn't get out there, but they only ended up giving away the 1. That's a nice looking stroke out to deep mid wicket. There's a good deep extra cover out here.
Yeah, good work there from Orlando James, excellent fielder. The throw was a bit awkward for the keeper on the bounce. They were looking to see if they could have stolen extra run from that throw, but all in all, it's just 1.
We've got Dylan Douglas on strike now, 49 for 1. Well, he's put that in the air. But there's 1 bounce to Namchan, who's out in the deep. The throw comes in back to the wicket keeper, and the score moves on to 50 for 1. Dijon Charles is on 17. Dylan Douglas is on 12. Would have liked to have put that away for a boundary or a maximum. Brooks has to abort his run up. Now Charles is ready. He's on 17. Give himself a little bit of room. That's going to be picked up by James. It's a good stop in the deep, and he's able to tidy things up and get the ball back in quickly to Brooks and only give up the 1 run. One more ball left in the over. Remember, he went for 6 off the first, and he's tidied things up, and he's done him. Well, look at that.
Really good work there from the wicket keeper. That delivery just did not get up at all. He was advancing down the wicket, Douglas, and the ball just kept under the bat. Good take from the wicket keeper, and took off the bails in the same instance. So that's the fall of his wicket. Let's take a look at it again.
You know, there was the suspicion that it was really low, but if you look at the keeper's hands, I mean, he's slightly obscured, but if you look at the hands, they're not down by his ankles. That's a good take and a good stumping. 51 for 2 now. Yeah, let's just have a look and see.
The new batsman for the Rangers.
It's the new batsman for the Fort King George Gunners, actually. This is the charge. Yeah, see, it's not that bad, is it? Really. Didn't die.
But you can see that he pulled that delivery down a bit quicker as well.
Yes, yeah.
I think the flatter nature allowed it to skid through.
Yeah. Akil Cooper it is who joins Dijon Charles in the middle. Mark Dial is at the river end. He's going to bowl the next over, and he bowls now. He plays and misses at that one. This is Charles.
Excellent delivery from Dial.
There's a little stab at it. Taps that into the onside and comes through for 1 run. .52 for 2. Cooper makes his mark, takes guard as Dial prepares to bowl the next ball. He does now. And it's an easy single to the man at cover. Just a little bit too deep there again for me. They really didn't even have to race through. Once he dropped his hands on it, they were able to come through fairly easily. Cooper's off the mark, and that brings Dijon Charles on strike. He's on 19 as Dial bowls to him now. That's going out into the deep. It's gone over the man's head at cow corner for a maximum.
Powerful strike there again from Charles. Excellent work from our cameraman Kevin Clark. I must mention Kevin George there, but it's in fact Kevin Clark. Good work there, Clarky, as Charles hoisted this one over long on, all the way down to the concessionary tents.
Dial bowls again. This time he can't get it off the strip, and it rolls back to Dial, and there's no run. 59 for 2. Charles is on 25, by the way, off 19. There's no blistering pace, but he's played some nice shots, including that one, which is fielded at point. But they're able to come through for 1 run. Charles will keep the strike. The score moves on to 60 for 2. We've had 7 overs, so 3 to go, and they really need to get going here because the Rainforest Rangers have got a good batting lineup, and I think they will challenge 80 or 90. So the Fort King George Gunners are going to have to get a push on here. 18 deliveries left to go. They're going at just over 8 and over. Liam Mamchan is going to bowl the next over from the Windward Road end. And it's Dijon Charles who settles over his bat now to wait for the next delivery. And he's got hold of that one. It's gone straight to Ryan Emmett. What a catch out in the deep.
And Malchan gets the wicket. Well deserved from the young fast bowler. What a catch taken by none other than the coach himself, Riyad Emirates, we saw him with a couple of fantastic catches previously, and by all means he continues to show his experience in an exemplary manner on the field. Riyad Emirates take a bow. Mamchan gets the all-important wicket here.
Yes, this was a difficult catch because it was dying on him. He had to dive forward to get there, and he got there pretty quickly as well. You don't have a lot of time. You know it's coming in your direction. You have to decide very, very quickly if it's a chance or if you're going to try and stop it. In the end, he decided, yes, this is a chance. I'm going to dive for it. He went forward and he picked it up well. Very good catch.
Yeah, that was an excellent catch, and again this duo working well, because in fact one of the previous catches that Emirates took would have been in the previous game down at long on off the bowling of Mamchan.
Yeah.
So it seems as if this duo
have a combination going,
is doing well. But yes, well done from the young fast bowler, also sensing that Charles likes to play that sort of stroke, and he just got that delivery from around the wicket to tail into his pads, and did play a nice looking stroke, in fairness to Charles as well, but
you got enough on it. Well, no, you didn't get enough on it actually, because he got caught. Sorry.
Yeah, that was a good diving catch low down.
Yeah.
So nice setup there from the Rainforest Rangers.
In comes Mamchan again. He bowls, it's outside the off stump, it goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
Yeah, and I like the look of the staying around the wicket to the right-hander, because he'll get that same angle that he produced against Charles, with the ball cutting across the body for the left-handed Charles. It would have gone into his pads. For these right-handers, it'll be going away. So if he can pitch that delivery on or around that middle and off-stump line and just get it to tail away, it's a very tough angle for the batsman to play. So close to your stumps, you don't really have the freedom of movement. And as I say that, he switches
He's decided to do something else.
the wicket. Keep them guessing.
Here comes Mamchan with a change of angle now, and it's driven to Emirates at deep cover. They come through for 1 run. The score goes on to 61 for 3. Marlon Richards has joined Akil Cooper out in the middle. Cooper's only faced the one delivery. Seems to have been out there for a while, but just the one delivery so
bystander thus far.
And here comes Mamchan again. He bowls. That's a swing that the keeper,
but again,
fails to
Sheldon,
stop. Yep.
Let the wicket do the work.
Yeah.
You'll see what it has produced for the games thus far. Just bowl in the right areas and let the difficulties for the batsman ensue. Look at where this delivery pitched and what happened thereafter. Nice variation as well. You saw he just rolled his fingers.
Yeah.
A sort of leg cutter, and that ball, when it pitched, it just did not get up at all. Nice variation from Mamchan also.
Yeah, we're not going to be too hard on the keeper, because he was taking it on the second bounce.
Yeah. So now he switched back to around the wicket, keeping the batsman guessing, as well as us.
He bowls now, and that's in the air. He should get this on 1 bounce. He does. That's well fielded. Nice return. Just the 1 run. Orlando James it was, who's out in the deep. He ran round to his left. Picked that up in the deep mid-wicket area. Kept them to 1 run. 63 for 3. It's Cooper who's back on strike now. Mamchan, not a bad over.
Excellent over in the context of this game.
Wicket first ball up. Got rid of the dangerous skipper, T-10 Charles. He bowls. A swing. There's a shout.
It's a tough angle from around the wicket, but exactly what the team would have wanted. A dot delivery.
Super over.
Yeah,
it's not a super over, because it's a very good over.
So it pitched out. If it did not pitch outside leg, that was plumb.
Yeah, he was.
That hit him
middle.
In a very sensitive area as well. So in fact, that might have been a BBW, box before wicket, instead of a leg before wicket. But
it was middle in more ways than one. Middle stump. take your pick which middle stump it was. This is a family show, so I'll take that back.
Cooper is a strong lad because he's not flinched after that. I think I would have
strong
probably...
box. He's got a strong box.
A protector. I think that's the correct
box is okay.
term to use.
Box is good, yeah.
But if that
abdominal protector, that's what it's
if it were
sold
you
as,
and I out there, I think the medical team would have to come out on the field and render some assistance.
Doubled up. We have bowling from the river end. Is it going to be Red Emirate? Emirate again. He went for a few in his first over. He won't want to go for that many again.
No, well, after the momentum from that catch he took, he's going to run in with this fresh energy now.
He decides to have a chat with Mark Dial about the exact placing of some of the field. Dial runs back to his original field position at extra cover, and Emirate runs in and bowls now. It's tucked into the leg side. They're going to come through. No, just the one. I thought they'd come through for a second, but there's a man in there quickly to close down any chance of them coming back for a second. They take one run and the score goes on to 64 for 3. Just beginning to bubble nicely, and there's a non-cricketer walking right behind as that delivery is bowled. It's so unfortunate.
And he raises his hands here, Cooper.
This is really unfortunate. If you look at the replay, exactly as he's coming in to bowl,
someone is walking past.
There's a man walking past,
and I think Cooper in fact raised his hands as if to indicate that he wasn't going to play that shot.
This is so unfair.
Let's take a look at this again.
So just as he's walking past exactly,
look at it.
Exactly where Red Emirate is going to bowl this ball, there's a man walking in the background.
You can see his footsteps.
It's exactly where his arm is.
Cooper steps
right
back
there.
and across quite a way. So he did play the shot. But I think because he played the shot, there's no question. He raised his hands after he played the shot. I'm not sure if it was to indicate that he did not, that he did get some bat on it. I'm trying to figure out what the concern would have been about, because in reality, if it is the person walking by the side screen affected him, he should have pulled out of the shot entirely.
Yes,
he did go through with the shot, so at the end of the day, the onus was on him. But there's still some issue in terms of, I wonder if he got some bat onto it.
I don't think there was any bat on there.
Of course, our angle will be a bit difficult, but
he's out anyway.
Nonetheless,
Emirate bowls the next ball. There's an attempt to. Oh, he may be out here. No.
Oh my word! I think.
I thought the finger was going up there.
Well, if anything, I dare say that looked to be more out than some of the previous run-outs that we've seen in the tournament.
We're at a difficult angle, aren't we? This is Johnson who's trying to.
Yeah, but no matter the angle,
trying to get back in there.
Let's see, he gets it. Okay, he's just.
I can't see the line, so I couldn't say. Anyway, Emirate bowls again. Oh, that looks like a good shout to me.
Riyad Emirate again. What did I tell you? He's going to come in this over with some fresh energy after taking that catch, and now he has 2 wickets.
That you don't have clips. You're not able to save clips, are you? Of the when he of the of the previous wicket. Yeah, that's going to clean him up, isn't it?
And just falling away with that shot was Shakir Johnson, all over the place.
Yeah.
And has to go back.
All right, coming to the crease now, Akko George. 64 for 5. This is not the kind of score that Fort King George gunners had in mind.
And 2 legal deliveries left in this 9th over.
This is just where the Rainforest Rangers wanted to have the table-topping Fort King George gunners on the back foot, with 5 down already. 2 deliveries to come from Rayad Emirates. He's really been spearheading things. He had an excellent catch out in the deep. He's taken 2 wickets and he bowls now. Oh, he's got another one.
Oh my word! Rayad Emirates strikes again, and now the batsman
he's gone. I don't see any. He didn't even look round. There was no need to look around.
Well, I think he was given caught behind, but he's indicating that he didn't hit it. Let's see.
I'll tell you what. Okay, let's just have a look and see. Because for me, this is heading for the stumps. Yeah.
Oh, in fact, no. The ball deviated off the surface.
I don't know if you can freeze it there. We've got Shakil Duncan is taking his time to walk out there. We don't have Snicko and Ultra Edge. We don't have those things. We can have another look at that. But for me, if he wasn't there, middle stump was coming out anyway.
What I think happened there, Rooksy, we'll get confirmation when we look at it again. But I think the ball pitched and it deviated so much it appeared as if there was an edge that it came off the surface.
So that's what I think he was claiming.
Look at this here.
Emirates claiming a catch because of the way that the ball moved. And he's on a hat-trick, isn't he? He is actually, yeah. Could be 4 wickets in the over. So let's just have a look here, see if it comes close to the bat. We've got the hat-trick ball, by the way. Yes, a big shot. He's going to beg for it, but he wanted a hat-trick, didn't he? Haven't you had enough?
That one looked a bit better than a couple of the others. So I mean, 3 wickets in 1 over for Rayad Emirates. The veteran dialing back the years.
Wow. How many did he go for?
So let's go back to the previous.
He must have had 1 ball then. Okay, so here is the bounce. Can you see any bat in it? Not yet. Roll it forward a little bit further.
No, I think it missed the bat.
I don't think it got the bat. Yeah.
I think it missed the pad as well. The ball hit the pitch and it deviated away.
And the only thing that they could have heard was the bat brushing the pad.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
Bat,
so deviation,
pad, and that's what's the sound.
And it goes at that kind of time that as the ball is passing the bat. 64 for 6. We've got 6 balls left in this innings. And is it Orlando James to bowl? That's a nice hit down the ground. He's got to close that down. But it's Superman, so he does. And they're going to come back for a second. I say Superman because he's all over the place, isn't he?
Well, the boy's just going to follow him. We knew that happened.
He's doing everything. 66 for 6 now. Those of you who are superstitious and are afraid of certain numbers, 666. There's James, he bowls now. Ooh, that was a bit of a gimme, I'm afraid. Ooh, there's another one with losing his footing.
But awkward. Yeah. I'm glad to see he's all right. The way that his foot stuck in the ground there, that could have been bad.
They take 2. He got away with that, James, because that really was a bit of a gimme. He should have put that away. 4 off the over. He's got 4 balls left to come. 68 for 6. That target is 73. You think that's enough? Cash, you think that's enough?
I don't think it Could, but yesterday we saw a lower total being defended, so never know in this game.
Nice looking shot, straight down the ground. Nice pick up. They come back for a second.
Yeah, yesterday we saw that miserly total of was it 59?
And they couldn't chase it down.
Yeah, exactly. So
this
you
might
can't really take anything for granted.
Yeah, but this might be a different scenario here. I think the Rangers are going to come and
They just have to bat smart. That's all they need to do. They don't need to try and win it in the first 5 overs. They can use the whole 10 if they want to, but I'm sure run rate they'll want to win it quicker.
James comes in to bowl now. And that's hit high in the air. That's going up onto the roof of the
I think you need to go and check your car.
Stadium. Yeah, the mine's a good way up. I'm okay.
Okay, sure.
I'm parking it up on the road, but that was a very good hit. That's sailing up over there. Yeah,
saw it hit the roof there.
I'm okay. That's well away from my vehicle.
See, look at the lovely electronic scoreboard there in place as well.
Good hit. 76 for 6. James has got to come back now. He needs to shut this down. 2 dots here, and he won't feel that bad. Anything more than that, and they're going to get past the 80 mark. So James runs in to bowl now. Yeah, he gets away. No. Oh.
James is not pleased.
What do you think?
Let's see why.
He goes across. You need to move that a little bit.
Oh, that's actually in there.
Sorry,
yeah,
come
that's
on.
not a line.
Come on.
Because that's what tailed
moved.
in.
Yeah.
He moved and it tailed inward
moved.
rather than tailing away. If it tailed away, I could understand, but
sorry.
came within the line.
That's unfair. That's a nice shot. Ooh, couldn't stop that one. Yeah.
The way that he's playing right now, Riyad Emred, you thought he would have gotten his boot to that? You'd have given him the benefit of the doubt, but unfortunately, he just bounced over.
Good effort, though.
Yeah, excellent effort there from Emret.
Ramdu was closing in on it as well, but he was coming from the other side. And it went right in between the 2 fielders. Look at that.
Just over the boot.
Final delivery of the Fort King George Gunners innings. 81 for 6. James bowls now, and he puts that one up on the full, and Mark Dial picks it up. They'll come back for a second. There's a bit of a mix-up with the running. Oh, and they were coming back for a third, actually. They were being rather ambitious in coming back for a third. Yeah, it was
quite some
easily run out there. So they close on 81, or is it 81 for 6? Or one more? Have we got one more to add? No, there it is. 83 for 7, because we had a run out there. 83 for 7. We'll be back with the innings of the Rainforest Rangers in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the Speyside Recreation Ground. We're about to get underway with the reply from the Rainforest Rangers to the Fort King George Gunners innings of 83 for 7. The Rainforest Rangers will need 84 to win, and to get things underway it will be Kyle Ramdu and Dexter Sween to open up. Two powerfully built batsmen, nice and strong, and the opening bowler for the Fort King George Gunners is Sharon Lewis. He'll be bowling from the Windward Road, and it will be Sween to face the first delivery. He looked really good in the innings that I've seen him. Hits the ball a long way. Kyle Ramdu, who had a couple of unfortunate outs first up, looked very good last time up. I suspect that the 83 is going to be within reach of the Rainforest Rangers. That's my feeling. I feel that the Rangers can chase this down. Left arm over outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Lewis has a word with Sween as if to say, not here today. Looked to drive him back down the ground, but missed. There's one man out in the deep. I think it's Cephas Cooper who's out at the wide long on for the right-handed Dexter Sween. Oh, that kept low. Maybe it was going across him. It was a quick decision by the umpire. Decided very quickly that it wasn't going to go on to hit the stumps. Let's just have a look and see where the Lewis delivery starts, and then that line, because that's what I think it was that he was saying. Yeah, it's going outside the off stump. It's going away from the right hander. That's a really good call, actually. I thought it was closer than that. It was a strong shout, but if you look at where the delivery started and the line, by the time that got to the stumps, it was going to be outside the off stump. Anyway, Lewis bowls again, and this time Sween does get some bat on it, but it goes straight to the man who's just backward of square, and there's no run. Backward of square leg, there's no run. Who is it that's keeping for the Fort King George Gunners? They gave us his name, didn't they? Did we decide who was keeping for them? Is it Daviel Thomas? It is. All right. He's got the keeping duties. Here's Lewis again. Outside the off stump, guided to the man at point. They're going to take an overthrow. He was out if that had hit the stumps. He was going to be a long way out. And it was worth the shy. You did have a man in the deep. Yeah, just guided him. Actually, I was going to say to the right. He was not even trying, was he? He was so far out. In the end, sorry, it missed the stumps. So 2 is the score. Another swing there. They don't run. So 2 off the over so far, 2 balls to go. It's not the most convincing of starts, actually. Haven't seen anyone middle it yet. Well, I say anyone. Sween, who's faced all of the bowling so far. 5 deliveries, 2, 1 off the bat, and then the overthrow to add to it as Lewis runs in now and bowls. And we were saying that no one's middled it, but he just did. 1 bounce to Cephas Cooper in the deep. They come through for that run. He'll keep the bowling, will Dexter Sween. 3 off the first over. 3 without loss. Chasing, well, they need 84 to win. 84 is the target. 2 off it now. So 82 off 55. As long as they don't go too far over the 10, you'll feel comfortable that the Rangers can manage this. Remember, they've got a good batting lineup. Ramdu and Sween to open up, and you've still got Dial, James, Emrit to go. So there's enough batting there. Right, we're going to be joined by Keshav Badra Singh. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Rooks.
Good to have you back. It's so unusual to have you in my left ear but sitting on the right. It's quite confusing.
You know, you have to always make sure you can adapt to suit different situations.
It's a good one. Sween waits for Marlon Richards, who bowls. Now, oh, just over the outstretched hand. He leapt, put a hand up. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I should have a guess. It was Akko George, and he's quite tall, isn't he? He's a tall man. Oh, have we got 2 14s?
I think that one is Kishon Dillon. Yeah, just from looking at the stature.
Yeah.
Sold the finish.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Got away with that. A boundary. Nicer connection. They think about a single. It goes straight to the man at extra cover, and there's no run.
Well, they really and truly just need to play smart cricket. The equation is nothing absurd. You have already scored a boundary of the first delivery in this over. Don't need to take unnecessary risk.
Yeah, knock it about a bit if you can. If you can knock Marlon Richards around a bit. That goes through him.
I think Sweden just wants to knock it out of the park. Doesn't
it was there.
Seem to be knocking it
It was
around.
up there, wasn't it? He gave him the drivable delivery. You have a look at the replay. It was definitely there for the hitting. Yeah, a little bit straighter than I thought. I thought it was slightly more outside the off stump. It would have been a good straight hit. Richards bowls again. That one's up in the air. There's a man underneath it, waiting for it to come back down. Oh, and he's put it down. And this is why you have to run.
And it's Dylan Douglas out of everyone. He's one of the safer fielders in not just this team but in the tournament. He's one of those guys you don't expect to see any catches being dropped at all.
And they came through for 1. Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, he's on his way out. I mean, he could never do that. Look.
It's one of those situations where sometimes you have to feel for the fielder as well, because he did everything right. Yeah. His eyes were on it, got into the right position, hands close to his body, settled, and the ball just, when it went into his hand, slipped out.
I love that one. He did everything right except catch it.
Precisely.
Which is the only thing you want him to do. Oh, that's oh, he's cleaned him up. It won't matter now. Look at that. That is a golden duck. Dear oh dear. Now everyone's going to forget about the drop catch, aren't they? Look at there's something glinting off the glasses of the umpire. Look. Can you see that?
Yeah, the reflection. But look at his delivery from Marlon Richards. Pitched outside leg.
Yep.
And just tailed inward. And Ramdu tried to play that one over the leg side, but did not connect at all.
What do you think of the reflection of the glasses?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, there's a
wonder if
complete,
that would have affected the batsman as well.
A complete glare off the reflective glasses. You can see them every time that he moves. Yeah, look. Every time he puts his head up and the sun catches it, it's like the flash on a camera. Oh.
And I think
if I was Mark Dial, I'd say something. You're going to have to take those glasses off, because every time you move your head, there's a flash. Look, it's like looking at a camera.
Well, you would assume that the batsmen are also being affected by it, unless it's just the camera quality picking it up. But
well, we can look at it direct on. I like to look at the screen. Yeah. And now he said you're going to have to take your glasses off. Yeah. Thanks very much.
And he's finally.
Yeah, get rid of those.
Yeah.
Them fancy thing you have. Mark Dial told the umpire to, and he's not actually. They're on his head.
Yeah, because
they weren't on his eyes.
It's the shades of Marlon Richards.
Yeah.
So in usual fashion, you just put the ball.
Yeah.
So you can't fault them either way.
Yeah, it's not. They're not his glasses. Ooh, dug that one out. And come through for a single. I would have held on to that. That's a good call from the wicket-keeper. Why throw it? You run the risk of giving away a run. Yes, it's nicely balanced. That one wicket having fallen, it's just nudged the run rate up to 9. It happens so quickly, and it can get away from you very, very quickly. So it's important here.
Now we saw this in the last match day, where low total was defended due to early wickets and batsmen trying to play shots that they don't need to, when they could just play smart cricket.
Well, Keishon Dillon is taking up the bowling duties. The problem for the Rainforest Rangers is you can't go along at 4-5 and over here, because you get behind the run rate very, very quickly. So you do have to play a couple of shots. There's one of them.
Oh, lovely shot there from the skipper. Mark Dial showing all of his class, just whipping it off of the pads.
And that's what I think you've got in mind when you talk about sensible cricket. It doesn't have to be one or two. That's not necessarily sensible cricket. You've got to be able to put away the balls carefully. You don't want to do anything silly. That was a good cricket shot, and it went for 4. That's the kind of shot that you need.
Exactly.
Put away the
deliveries. The right spot, the right arc. He placed it well. Safe shot on the ground. And again, first delivery of the over goes for a boundary.
Yeah, put you in a nice position. And play a couple of dots, and then look for the next one to put away.
And then you'll get these blessings.
Yeah,
extras,
blessings,
overthrows. Yeah.
He's got a bowled again, and a run goes to the total. So the nice thing about that is you've already got 5 off the over, and you've got 5 more balls to come. So Dial waits for the next delivery, and he works that into the leg side. They're going to come through for 1 run. 15 for 1.
Yeah.
What's he want to do? Look.
Because the ball was not quote unquote dead, as they say.
Yeah. He knows his cricket, doesn't he? He knows what he's doing. Well, the big fella is on strike now. I'll call him that because he really is. Dexter Sween, 8 of his 10 deliveries so far. That's another big hit out in the deep. Couple of bounces, and that will go to the boundary.
So that's the second occasion that we've seen a very thick outside edge
slice.
Slice off the bat of Dexter Sween, go for 4. And
he's got that power.
It's power. It's the size of the willow in his hand, which looks so small compared to the stature of the man himself. And just also the pace on offer.
19 for 1. Sween moves on to 12. They pushed that. When at the beginning of the over, they were at 4 point whatever it was. They pushed that up to 7.5. A couple of big hits can really change things in exactly the same way that a few dot balls. And he gets the inside part of the bat. It comes to the man at deep mid wicket. They come through for 1 run. 20 for 1. Sween goes on to 13, and Dial is on strike.
And this over is the definition of smart cricket.
Yes,
Boundary scored at quite some ease, no risk-taking shots, and they already have 11 in the over with 2 legitimate deliveries left.
I mean, a boundary would really hurt the Fort King George Gunners now. Tucks that into the
can't get 2 here if Sween comes back, but
just the 1.
He's not going to risk that injury.
And then the other thing is there's still another ball to come. Yes, we can see what happens here. 8, 12 off the over so far. Sween, danger man, I think. Yes.
Unlucky.
Yeah, and the thing is, Cephas is so quick across the ground, isn't he?
Just glides.
Yeah, and the speed with which he was coming in, for me, that froze them. They're thinking, no, I'm not coming back for 2 here. End of the over, 22 for 1. Sween is on 14 off his 13 deliveries. Mark Dial is on 7 off his 4.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, not just Cephas, but all of the Cooper brothers are lightning quick, as we see some of the spectators here at the Speyside Recreational Grounds in lovely Tobago, the venue for this Chief Secretary T-10 Blast, 5th edition. Spectators all around the ground, not just in the stands, but we do know that this ground is perched down the hill, close to the sea, and there are spectators all around different vantage points,
including some that walk in front of the sight screen.
Yeah.
We've had one.
We've also had a few K9 friends join us on the field of play.
That's true. Sween, by the way, is on strike to face this over from the Fort King George Gunners skipper, Dijon Charles. That gets pushed into the cover area. They come through for 1. It was picked up by Cephas Cooper, who rifled it in.
Look how easy he picked that up on the box and threw it in.
Really, it was a very strong throw coming in. It brings Mark Dial down on strike. Remember, there's still Orlando James and Superman still to come. And Liam, he could have a dig tucked around the corner for a single.
Yeah, they have also Kwashi, who
there's a couple of big hitters there.
Reasonably capable with the bat.
Brooksy might have
Brooks also
a dart at a couple of big hits from him. You never know. We may not get that far. I think the Rangers are hoping that none of those names will have to be called.
Selvin Duncan as well.
Yeah, he's a lovely player. Just I don't think this is his. Oh, that's a nice looking hit. There's a man out in the deep. Goes straight to him. They take a single.
You can see Mark is always looking to push for the second. Always looking for 2.
Yeah, I don't think it went so quickly to him on that occasion. I don't think there was a chance. But you're right. He should be looking for it. Charles runs in and bowls now. It's a nice looking shot. That's they come through for 2. And no, don't run on that one. Dial took 2 after that cut shot. We've seen the late cut employed really well in the previous innings, in the Fort King George, in the Gunners innings by Cephas Cooper, but that was just as nicely played by Dial as Charles runs into bowl now. Ooh, looks to cut again. Misses out. Did they say that D. John Charles is from Goodwood? All right. Yeah. It's nice. It's one of the places that you pass on the way on the drive up.
Oh.
Yeah. Goodwood. Charles bowls. Dial just a little dab into the offside and a
smart cricket again.
Yeah.
Just soft hands into the gap.
4 off the over so far. 2 balls left to go. No. That was it then. Okay. Sween needed a change of bat, or was it? Yeah, it's been changed now. 28 for 1. 4 overs have gone. Sween is on 16. Mark Dial is on 11. They're both just ahead of runs scored and balls faced. Sharon Lewis is coming to bowl his second over, I think. He went for 3 off the first. That was a magic over. See how he gets on here. They're going up 7 and over, and the required run rate is just over 9, so no disasters yet, but another big over. We just ease them a little bit. 28 for 1 as Lewis bowls now. That's down the leg side. They're going to take 1. Sween will come down to face, and there is the signal, a wide signal. You'll have to bowl that one again. 29 for 1. The tempo, I think, is going to pick up shortly, one way or the other. Either wickets will fall or runs will be scored, and then we'll see whose back is against the wall. It's finely balanced here. Sween for me is the man if he starts getting hold of them. Don't want to chase it, but need to get some bat on it. Lewis has another word with Sween, doesn't he? Let's have a look, see where that went. No, that was okay. Sween, who's waiting to face Lewis, who runs in now. He bowls left arm, another swing that doesn't connect. He's a little bit frustrated, isn't he, Sween, to be honest? Snatched at that a little bit. Really wants to get bat on ball. And as a result, maybe not taking as much time as he should. 30 for 1.
That's his usual style, just to play aggressive strokes.
Aggressive's good.
But again, as you rightfully say, by all means, just has to
I like aggression.
play to the context of the game.
There were shouts of catch it, but it was a good hit actually. Straight down the ground.
We're not got a chance too on the hand of Cephas Cooper.
No, the other thing is if you've noticed, Emirates also fields in a similar position. You know, because they know that those big hits down the ground are going to... You need two things. One, well, three actually. You need someone who's quick across the ground. Two, good hands. And then the third thing is a good arm to whiz it back in. Because, you know, if you've got someone with a weak arm here, that's two. You've got to have someone who can really wing it in. And I saw Liam out there as well. He looks as though he's got a good arm. Dial on strike now. Placed nicely. They want to come back for a second. It will be Sween who has to run. For the first time, we just see a little bit of a bobble by Cephas Cooper. And the reason for that is that he was the one who got pushed. He was rushed this time.
Yeah, not only that, Cooper did have to come some way around to his right, so it was placed in the gap.
Yeah.
And one of the factors as well, just to add to that, three components you need to field in that position is also good judgment. Because you have to be able to judge the pace of the ball, the bounce, to be able to get the first three factors in line.
Lewis bowls. Oh, look at that! Yeah, you know, he's had some bad luck, DL. And that one just didn't get up, did it?
I'm lost for words. I really am lost for words because...
We shouldn't laugh.
He was looking so well set, and then you get a delivery like this. Just tailing in. You can't do anything. What can he do?
Yeah.
It pitched outside off stump.
Came in.
And just came in very sharply, kept low. Did not get up at all. And there was beaten all ends up. As you said, he's had some unfortunate luck in this tournament.
Yeah. That's such a shame, isn't it? You know, you get an out, okay, you have to take it. But when you get taken out by the pitch, mind you, you've got to bowl it there. It was put there nicely by Sharon Lewis.
It's a good delivery from Sharon Lewis.
Yeah.
You can't fight that at all.
He's going to say that wasn't the pitch, that was me.
Correct.
I did that. I mean, you know, as it's going through the air, that direction, he's taking it there. You can say the pitch did a little bit, but it was well directed. That was a very, very good delivery from Sharon Lewis. Orlando James comes to the crease now. Just dropped a little bit, the Rainforest Rangers, and they needed a big over and they haven't got it. In fact, they've dropped some runs here and lost the big wicket of the captain, Mark Dial. Sharon Lewis runs into bowl to Orlando James, now his first delivery, and that's down the leg side. He's going to have to bowl that one again. They take the wide.
And James, you can see from that first delivery, just a couple of footsteps down the crease, not necessarily advancing, but probably trying to meet the ball wherever it's pitched rather than wait for it to give him any sort of trouble, as that previous delivery did for Dial.
34 for 2, one delivery left in the over. No, he's not quite ready. James, he has a smile. So does Lewis, by the way. He wasn't quite ready. Taps his bat a couple of times as Lewis runs up to bowl. It's nice and just dying as it got to James. He manages to get some bat on it, but it goes harmlessly up the pitch. There's no run, and at the end of 5 overs. 34 for 2 is the score. Orlando James yet to score. Dexter Sween, 17 off his 18 deliveries. Who have we got with the ball down at the river end then? Well, they haven't yet decided. They just tossed the ball.
I think it's going to be Keyshawn Dillon with a change of ends.
Is it one of the number 14s then? Keyshawn Dillon and Akko George have got 14s, but Dillon bowls. And it's played up to extra cover. There's a shy in at the stumps. It misses. And they come through for 1. 35 for 2. Well, the Gunners said that when they won the toss, they said, we'll have a bat. They put the total up and they're looking to defend this now. Rainforest Rangers require another 49 off 29 balls. Here comes Dillon. He bowls. That's it, straight back down the wicket. Yeah, he's going to have to run hard here. And they come through for a second.
Yeah, Dylan Douglas again with a misfield. Not something that you'd see. I wonder if that dropped catch is still playing on his mind.
37 for 2. James has got his first runs. He faces the next delivery and he works that into the leg side. They take 1. Dug that out and managed to turn it into the leg side. 38 for 2. James moves on to 3. Sween, who's not entirely convincing. He's on 18, but you know, he hasn't been the punishing kind of hitting that we know he's capable of. Dillon bowls. Long on comes into play here. It's just a single. Sween goes on to 19. Or is he still on 18? No, it's 19. James now with the task of finding where are the next runs going to come. 39 for 2.
Oh,
yes, that's a lovely, lovely cut shot.
Majestic from Orlando James.
Gave him the width.
And perfect execution. Short, wide, outside the off stump. And James getting the full connection of the bat. Love how he rolled his wrist at the right time to ensure that it also went along the carpet for 4. Now look at this. He wasn't even too wide, to be fair. He cut it from right. He just cleared that front leg to give himself the room. And that's what you call a textbook execution of a cut shot.
Yeah, it was a nice looking shot from...
Not a fielder moved.
From young Mr. James. Waits for the next delivery. And this time he's hit high. He goes for it.
And it's all the way for 6.
Yep. He got hold of it.
Orlando James getting into the yak. And just like that, you can see how the game can change in an instant. Again, brilliant overall. They started with a single, then 2 singles consecutively, a 4 and a 6 to end it off. Full outside the off stump into the arc, and James just full flow off the bat again, all the way for 6.
That was the key, wasn't it? To get, throw the kitchen sink at it. His arms went into it, and it managed to get it over the boundary. It's a big boundary over on that side as well. I'll say that was about 60 meters that hit. Good hit. 49 for 2 after 6 overs. Orlando James is on 13 off his 5. Dexter Sween still yet to really let loose. I think 19 off 20 deliveries, and we are almost level with the current run rate and the required run rate, both at 8. Good balance here. There's a look at that last maximum. Yeah, the feet don't go anywhere.
That's exactly where you want the ball to play that shot. Just free your hands.
Yep, all hands. Big chase for the man in the field, but it was over his head. Went quite a long way actually. Good hit. 49 for 2. The Rainforest Rangers in with a really good chance here of being able to chase down this total. Sween it is who's going to be on strike. Shaquille Duncan has got ball in hand, 3 on his back. Red Cap tossing himself a few catches as he waits for Sween to settle over his bat for this delivery, and he bowls now down the track. There's a man down in the deep. Oh, he was too deep there. They came through for a second run.
Well, Orlando James, lightning quick.
Oh dear.
Now signaling 1 short.
So instead of 51, it's 50 then. 50 for 2. Oh, he edged that.
And this looks like it's going to run for 4, is it? Just pulled inside from Lewis.
Well, it wasn't the... no, he edged it. He definitely edges this.
The keeper can do anything there.
He's standing up and he gets that edge as always.
I tell you, that edge off the bat of Dexter Sween has done some work today. That's 10 runs scored off of it, 2 fours and that double.
You better be careful when he starts middling it. Duncan bowls. Slapped down the ground. They'll just take the 1. Did he get a hand to stop that? I don't think so.
No.
His hand would have come off.
Yeah, I think he reasonably kept his hand away from the line of fire. Yeah, when he tried to put it...
Who's close?
At the last moment you can see...
Fire.
May have pulled the fingers out of the way.
They played that earlier on, didn't they? Fire go bun them. Fire nearly burnt him. Shaquille Duncan bowls again. Oh, he got caught in 2 minds there. Wasn't sure what to do. He was thinking about pulling that, then thought, I'll just play the little cut. And by the time that he went through the 2 thought processes, the ball had passed him. Yeah. Wasn't sure what he wanted to do there. Orlando James is on 13 off 6. And he wants to... that's a good delivery. Oh, it's Shaquille Duncan who comes from Golden Lane then. All right. Let's just have a look at where this pitch is. Yeah, that's perfect.
It came in.
Yeah, not only that, yeah, it was well within side. Okay, they can take a run there. That's the end of the over.
45 came off of it.
Yeah, good one. Just again, the balance is tipped, but now this balance gets tipped very, very quickly because it was 8 for 8. And it's now gone 7-10. 7 the current run rate. 10 now the required run rate. 54 for 2 after 7. 30 runs required off 18 balls. Dexter Sween is on 23. Orlando James is on 14.
Yeah, 13-3. 10 runs and over required. 1 boundary, the rest in singles. If they can get that equation for their next 3 overs, they'll be in the winning stride.
The man with the white cap sits just off to our right. We're talking about the saviour the other night for them, Red Emirate, who brought the Rainforest Rangers home. Is he going to have to do the same? There are not that many deliveries left. I suspect that Sween has got to give it everything now, because you've got a couple of big guys still who can swing the bat there, including Superman. There's a signal from our umpire at the far end, Soren Bishop, that is, and runs Richards. That's a lovely ball. They angled in at the feet of Orlando James, who digs that out. It goes up to the man at mid-off, and they come through for 1 run, 55 for 2. James goes on to 15. A couple of big hits will change the nature of that. Here comes Richards again. That's going down leg side. I don't know why these guys on this side are claiming an LBW. They can't
Everyone
see
has to
anything.
go up.
It's a leg by, yeah.
With a very unique leg by signal there.
Yeah, it's a harder one to do, but he's an athletic guy.
Oh, that was completely away from the stumps. No need at all.
You know? And then all of these guys on the leg side are screaming for an LBW.
But in fairness to them, they can't see. So all they see is the ball hitting the pads, and if the bowler goes up, they have to join in.
Richards bowls now. Oh,
Slow delivery.
Risky one. You know, you charging someone like Marlon Richards. He just dropped that a little bit shorter. Yeah, dug it in, didn't he?
And it also was just tailing inwards the off-stump line. That was the off-cutter from Marlon Richards. You can see he just rolled his fingers on the ball. Took the pace off of it.
Tension creeping in now. 11 and over. Yeah. Huge strike.
Into the school almost. Orlando James launches into Marlon Richards. And a wonderful 6 added to the total. Just easing that pressure now.
That's a good hit.
Look at this. Another slower delivery, and he picked it. This time it bounced. And the bounce allowed him to go through the line of the shot rather than it keeping low as we've seen on other occasions.
62 for 2. James goes on to 21 off his 11 balls. He's actually he's nearly caught up with Dexter Sween. Sween is on 23. James is on 21. What's the hold up?
I think it's...
We did get the ball back. Oh, I see. He's still looking for it.
Yeah, no, he got the ball, but I think where he had to retrieve the ball from
was an uncomfortable part of the river.
Awkward position.
Yeah, he could have had to. He could have to dig it out from whatever he found in the river as well. That might be a little bit uncomfortable. 62 for 2. Let's have a look and see where the equation is now. The current run rate has gone up to 8, and the required run rate down to 9. That's a nice looking hit as well. They'll just take the 1. This is a good over for the Rainforest Rangers. They've got one more ball in the over, and it's the big man Sween, who, if I was saying anything, it's like holding my breath. I'm waiting to see what Sween will do.
30-run partnership up now.
The expectation is large as Richards runs in now to bowl. That's going down the leg as well. Now take a leg by. Yeah. End of the over. This one again. Yes.
Yeah, that also seems to have hit him on a pad away from the stumps.
Yes. Yeah.
So they got the 10 required there because it was 30 off 3. Now it's 20 off 2. Quick maths.
Well, this is the over for me. Orlando James has been hitting the ball well.
Yeah, it's either this over can tell the nature.
Yeah, I think
gonna go.
You know, you want to do it in this over and not leave it for the last. That is to say, 6, 7 or 8 off this over is not going to be enough. You want 12, 13, 14 off this over to make it much easier in over number 10. And you see Superman getting ready to our Western movies. The bad guy always wears the black hat. Well, Red Emirate is waiting on the sidelines. He's got the white hat on. But if we turn our attention to the middle, Shaquille Duncan has the ball in hand. He bowls to Sween, and he puts it in a position for Sween to have a swing, but he swings it right to the man in the deep. I think that's Akil Cooper who picks up.
Held off the Cooper brothers.
And he throws in. Yeah, I think I'll still have a word with Mr. Cooper when he comes off to commiserations for the way that he got out with somebody walking, in front of the sight
Yeah, not
screen.
only that, in fact, I think he indicated the ball actually hit him in his chest.
Oh, okay. Single taken off that one. Nice swing from James. He has to run to his left. They're going to come back for a second. The throw isn't the best. And they take 2 runs.
Yeah, smart cricket. Orlando James knowing that he's just pushing to make the rest of the over more comfortable. If you need 10 or over, you need 2 runs per ball, ideally, or a boundary in between. If you can't get the boundary, you push the fielders and then you force.
67 for 2. James is on 24 now. They're both on 24. The difference is that James has faced 13 deliveries and Sween has faced 26.
Sween just needs to hit a couple of boundaries and he'll fix that strike rate.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. There's a nice chance. He shakes his head here because he knows that he missed out.
I think he got some shock on his hand there. Just threw the bat down and the gloves came off. Perhaps hit an awkward path off the bat.
Dot ball as well. 67 for 2. Shaquille Duncan bowls. That's a nice looking shot.
Beautiful shot.
It's wide of the man in the deep. They're going to come back for a second. There's a little bit of a bobble. So the 2 runs are made comfortably.
Yeah, but X-air from Akil Cooper on the boundary though.
Yeah, moving around.
That ball was traveling lightning fast and he also met the speed, timed the dive to perfection and was able to pick it up.
Duncan bowls again. Get hold of that. That was the replay. I thought that looked just like the last like the last delivery. Here comes Duncan again now. That's a bigger hit.
Fielder on
the man underneath it, taken comfortably in the deep.
Shaquille Johnson takes the catch safely in his hands as Orlando James just spliced that one and has to go now. What an important wicket there for the team.
The two Shaquilles combining to get Orlando James out. He was going nicely, wasn't he? Well, that brings Superman to the crease. Rayad Emirate we're referring to as Superman because he pulled the team out of a bit of a hole the last time he came to the crease. He's going to do it again. The current run rate is just over 7. The required run rate is just over 12. That's the fall of Orlando James. Taken comfortably, wasn't it? It's nice when you
really easy
see
catch.
them. Yeah. So, Kesh, tell us about your thoughts on Rayad Emirate.
Cue the man, cue the moment. The hero of the last game is here. Will he save the day again?
There comes Duncan Loss. Yes. He can just take the one. That will keep him on straight for the last over. So it's a little bit more than they would have liked. 14, 15 is the one where I think is going to be very difficult. But he pulled it off the last time.
And there we see another one of our canine friends.
Yeah, they've asked
Making a trek across the field.
That's not even the 12th man, is it?
Well, he's going in the position.
Yeah.
He just needs to be mindful of the side screen. He's found a nice spot there, just wide of what would be a fine leg position.
Yes.
I think he's making his mark. That's it. Oh, yeah.
I've settled in for the night.
That's it. Last over, and he's got his fielding spot. Oh, cue the activities.
Oh, my goodness. I'm not even a dog lover, so I can't join in.
Oh. We need to fix that.
Yeah.
Dogs are mankind's best friend. Look at him.
Happy
Having
as
the
your
time
life.
of his
Yeah.
life out there.
Right, Red Emirate is the man with the task. And it's the captain of the Fort King George Gunners to bowl. He does now.
And that's going to run away for 4. Riyad Emirate again.
Comfortable.
What else would you expect at this point in time?
Just put it exactly where he would have liked.
Look at that. Down to that vacant position that we have seen so many times. The ball just coot down to that backward point region. 4 to start.
10 off 5 balls. That's the equation. 10 off 5 balls. When you're offered that up in the net, so when you're knocking around, you'll take 10 off 5. Charles now runs in to bowl. Hit down the ground. Will they want a second? No. So it's the big fella Sween. We've been waiting for him to come to the party. It's odd that we should be talking about waiting for someone to come to the party who's on 24.
Yeah, precisely.
He's pretty much, done his job. However, the job of the team is not done yet. They need 9 off 4. Charles, chain swinging, runs in. Oh, there's an inside edge onto the pad. Emirate runs through.
Wait for
a
the
single. Yeah.
Yeah, so should be runs, and yes, it is.
Yeah. For me, there's no single. I think I heard the edge.
Well, we have
into
seen
the
some
pad.
decisions that have gone contrary to what you've seen and heard. So you
true,
have to
very true.
wait until the umpire confirms at the end of the day.
76 for 3. 8 off 3 balls. Can't afford a boundary. Oh, and it sails down into the deep.
Yes,
One bounce. Can't come back for a second. So the equation just gets that little bit more difficult because we've only got 2 balls and 7. Whichever way you look at it, a boundary is going to be needed.
Well, this is the time for Dexter Sween to state his claim.
Yeah.
He's been there from the start. 25 or 27. These next 2 deliveries.
A maximum would tie it. Here comes Charles. Ooh, swing and a miss.
My word. He could tie the game now, or unless there's an extra delivery. But that ball pitch, I just did not get up at all.
I'm just thinking that it was really full. It was really full. Have a look and see where it lands as Charles goes back to his mark.
Just did not get up at all.
Yeah, that died.
Final delivery, 7 off 1, 6 to tie. Oh, and it's just a single.
Yep.
Sween doesn't even complete the run. Oh, and it's a direct hit from the boundary. So he does not even
run
get
out.
a run. And he's run out.
He's run out. He's run out.
He's run out. Sween has run out there. Excellent throw from
Marlon
Richards out in the deep. In fact, I'm not even sure he aimed for the stumps there. He just wanted to get the ball in. But Sween gave up. And that's it. That's all she wrote. Sheldon?
Handshakes all round. 77 for 4 is what the Rainforest Rangers ended up with. Marlon Richards is adjudged by our automatically generated man of the match app to be man of the match. 21. 1-4, 1-6, 210 strike rate, and 2 overs, no maidens. 1 for 14. So that combination of bowling and batting gave Marlon Richards the man of the match. We've got more cricket for you tomorrow when we'll be back with day 5 of the Chief Secretary's Bago T-10 blast from Speyside to Bago. We look forward to your company then. My thanks to Vishwesh Patinak, I think that might be close, Keshav Badra Singh, and our scorer Tracy Caldera. We look forward to your company tomorrow. Bye bye for now.